Okay, it always defaults to the title I used for the stream with Jake for some reason. I gotta fix that. There's a way to fix that. I gotta fix it. I got to fix that.
Hello there.
What's up, Monster? I didn't even have to look at chat. I just know that's Monster. But what's up, man? How's it going? Okay. Sorry, I just gotta share everything. That's why I started like a couple of minutes early, because I gotta promote the stream. I went to the wrong chat on my phone. Okay, let's see. I'm doing good, man. How are you doing? How's everything going? I appreciate you being here as always. All right, I posted about it in the Discord. Life could be better, to be honest. Oh no, dude, what's going on? The heck? Need life to be good for you. Okay, let me post this stuff on Facebook. You know what? I can still read Twitch chat while I do this if I just use my little overlay thing. So I don't miss anything while I'm doing this. Okay, share to feed. That's something I didn't do last time. I put come hang out on my like actual Facebook. I put come hang out and sub to the YouTube if you haven't, please, and thank you. Much love. Bye bye now. Apart from Germany having reinstated a neo Gestapo and now going after everyone that doesn't share their point of view, all is fine. Dang, dude, that sounds awful. Sorry to hear. Uh, I mean, the U.S. has its own problems, but probably nothing on that level. So I'm sorry you're going through that. Okay, that is Facebook down. Still post on LinkedIn for some reason. You have the it's just the everything is fine meme 24/7 over there, where everything is on fire, but you're just the little dog sitting in the living room like everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's great. Okay, that's LinkedIn down. I forgot to put in my post on Facebook and LinkedIn that you could also watch on Twitch, but it's fine. I'm not gonna include it on Twitter either, I guess. All right. Threads. It's going so far. I even had to private both of my Twitter accounts because I'm not feeling feeling safe saying what I think anymore. That's really scary. I mean, they do take it away quite a lot in the US also. They like to pretend they don't. But when they start taking away like freedom of speech and stuff like that, it's not good. It's not good. You got to be able to express yourself. I'm still trying to understand how the tags on threads work. I'm gonna just tag. Somebody suggested to tag author threads to me. I'm gonna try that today. See how that goes. And then I'm gonna make a community post. I put a little teaser. I'm like eating the microphone. I put a little a little teaser for the Rima picture I was talking about on Tuesday. on the community post on the YouTubes. I don't even know how our community posts do. Sometimes they get likes. My last post got 1 like. The post before that got 2. The post before that got 4. My community posts are actually getting likes somehow. Interesting. Germany is already back at how it was during 1933 to 1939. Only this time they go after everyone that expresses even a little bit of national pride. Basically everyone that loves the that's horrible, man. That's horrible. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. I am sorry you have to deal with that. I can't imagine like living like that. You know, like say what you want about the US and like how much it's on a bit of a decline right now, but like we have it way better than so many other countries. All right. So what we're gonna do is we are going to. I was gonna read the ones that we released, but they're pretty long, and I think it's just easier for us to listen to them. So I think we're gonna listen to those first, and then I'll read the ones that we didn't really. Obviously, the only way you could hear the ones that we didn't release is if I read them. So we're gonna listen to the ones we released, and then we're going to read the ones that have not been released. I'm just gonna set that up real quick, so I don't have to like scramble for them later. I need a little bit of a refresher myself. Anyway, because let me see. Let me see here. I wrote so much of this that we didn't use. Okay, yeah, it's about 19-ish chapters. I don't think I've finished 19 now that I think about it. Yeah, I was trying to do up to 20 and then I was going to see how much of it we actually got done and recorded and then I was going to continue it, but we only got 1 done. In like a year and a half. We only got 1 done. So like completely done and then I kind of like slapped together the other ones with what I had. And then I had our voice actors like re-record some stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit of a mess. We released 3 episodes. We released 1, 2, yeah, 3 episodes. They are. Why is episode 1 the shortest? What did I do here? Episode 1 should be the longest? Because episode 1 is like 17 pages written out. What happened here? Episode 2 is only like 6 pages. How long is episode 3? How is episode 3 13 minutes? That one's only 7 pages. Did I release them as something completely different? How come I'm not remembering this? Alright, let me see. Only one way to find out. We gotta just listen. We can basically just jump right into listening to them. What I want to do is I'm gonna try to get the Sabia saga stuff, like the stuff we read on Tuesday stream, put together and out by March 1st. That should be a Friday. March 1st, that should all come out. And then what I'm gonna do with the weeks following that, I think I'm gonna just take from our live readings, like me reading the Mira side story, me reading the Soldier's Crest prequel, stuff like that, and we're gonna upload those on Fridays. Mondays are gonna continue to be the re-releases with like the words on the screen. And then I'm gonna work on 2 things. Hopefully I get a lot of them done before Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out, because I don't know how motivated I'm gonna be when that comes out. But I'm gonna start a brand new channel that's gonna have gaming in the background with stories over them. I'm currently writing the stories for that. It's gonna be like Fantasy Distractions adjacent. It's gonna be like a sister channel. So the stories are still gonna be about Fantasy Distraction characters. I'm just gonna put like video game gameplay in the background and see if that helps us get views. But there's still gonna be Fantasy Distraction related stories. They're going to follow this character Alicia, who pops up in these stories, but she had her own Fantasy Distraction towards the end of season 1. I believe she was number 45? 44. The 44th Fantasy Distraction was about her. So I wanted to expand on that character anyway. She does pop up in the unreleased stuff for season 2, but I'm gonna expand on her story and add a bunch of new characters to this sister channel that we're gonna be doing, and those stories are they're probably gonna be a little more closer to the mini-series format. Yo, Monster Ward, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. The volume is still down on Streamlabs, so it's probably only loud for me, but thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate that. The people who got the subs other than Infamous, other than Infa and King, I have no idea who that is. Arcsane and Sergeant Chowder and Tamweir Lex, I don't know who those people are, but they got subs. Thank you, Monster. I think Kitty gifted. I'm very surprised Mistral didn't get a gifted sub, but I think Mistral and Maddie both have subs already. It's not louder than me. Okay. Well, that's good. I'm still gonna yell when it's on because it's loud in my ear, but yeah. Thank you, man. That's a good way to start the stream. Thank you. What a glorious action. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That hype train we had the other night, like, oh my god. I don't know the last time I went to sleep so happy. I mean, it has nothing to do with the money. Like, you know, I appreciate the support, and I appreciate you guys like coming through and hanging out. you know? So I was like, we actually got a hype train. First time in forever. The I'm definitely gonna get copyright striked on YouTube. Every time Glorious plays, I get that, but that's alright. It doesn't do anything to my channel. It just means I can't monetize the video, but I can't monetize anyway because we don't have the watch hours. So it literally means nothing right now. Alright, we need to... I don't think we really need to go over any fantasy distraction stuff outside of what I just talked about and that little sister channel that I'm working on. As soon as that's ready, obviously I'll let you guys know about it if you want to like sub to it or whatever. But I gotta write the stories for it still, and then I gotta record some gameplay to be in the background. So it's gonna be a little while before those come out. As soon as Glorious is done, we will listen to these. Oh wait, did I not? I gotta see here because there's something going on. Did I shorten the episodes? I think what happens brings us away from the heavy topic I brought up earlier. Yeah. I mean, it's alright, Mansoor. Like, it just, like, stinks that you're going through that. Like, there's nothing I could do about it. But I wish I could help you through that. Okay, so these are not the stories that I thought they were. I released some different... So I think I'm just going to read it. The one that is actually supposed to be number 1 is number 3 that I released on the channel. So the one that's season 2 episode 1 on our actual channel is not the right one. It's not what was supposed to be number 1. So I think I'm just going to read it. Unless we just listen to episode 3 because that's supposed to be episode 1. It's confusing. But maybe we just do that instead. I don't know if I changed anything though. So you know what? Let me just read it. I was trying to avoid reading 17 pages. But I didn't realize I changed episode 1 and 2 completely. Episode 1 and 2 act as like reminders of what's going on, and then episode 3 is technically episode 1. So I'm just gonna read it. I would like to stand up to read though, for as long as my legs let me. Yo, what's up, Raph? These are not the stories you're looking for. I know. You know what, Raph? We gotta collab, man. We gotta make this happen. We gotta make this happen. We're slacking. I gotta be back on your show at some point too, if you'll have me. I would like to go back on. Not necessarily to talk about fantasy distractions, but just to be on again. All right, we're gonna go to the standing desk here. So we are going up. If you guys hear any noises, I believe my niece is running around up there. So if you hear any banging or anything, I think she's just running around. So yeah, definitely still working on my story. Yeah, we definitely got to bring that in too because we're starting. What we're starting to do is we're starting to move towards more of like a mini series type route. Um, so like I'm currently working on a mini series that takes place on our desert continent. My friend Jake is working on a mini series that takes place in the Deadlands. And then the character you were writing is going to be in Isla, which is the northern continent. So we're kind of hitting all the other continents right now, minus the Deadlands, which is on the main continent. But we're taking a step back from the main storyline, just until I get news. Because I applied for this app that's coming out in March, and I might be adapting some of the main continent stories into short stories for that app. So I don't really want to like dive much more into the Ingvar and Kazai stuff on the video releases, I should say, because we're about to do a bunch of Ingvar and Kazai stuff right now. So, uh, but I'm trying not to release any new content with those characters until I know for sure if they're gonna want me to make these stories for the app or not. So I'm waiting to hear back from them before I do any future planning with those characters. So in the meantime, I've just been like using the other avenues that we have available to us for the new content coming out, which is kind of like also why I'm happy that we're starting to like pivot a little bit as far as content goes. So that way I'm covered on all sides. You know what I mean? All right. So we're gonna just read everything. Uh, I'm pretty sure we probably could have gotten away with just listening to what ended up being episode 3 on the channel, and be fine. But you know what? For completion's sake and everything, I'm just gonna read everything. So what ended up happening was just a little backstory on season 2. We finished season 1. We had like a lot of momentum. Things were going great, and then we decided to pivot into like an audio play format, similar to like the Gallic story that Jake is working on that we listened to last Thursday. I think it was that last Thursday already, 2 Thursdays ago. I have no idea. Time moves so fast. Um, and what ended up happening was it was a lot of work. We bit off way more than we could chew, and it was very hard to get all of the recordings done and everything edited together and put together. So much so that we literally only completed the first episode, and I was running with it like super hard. So I completed writing. I say like about 19 ish because I don't think I finished 19. So I wrote about 19 like chapters for this, and it was the stories were a lot longer than the average fantasy distraction. So like an average fantasy distraction is anywhere from like 3 to 4 pages, usually about 4. Our longer ones go to like 8, sometimes 10 pages, and then like a fantasy short is like 2 pages. So we went from that to, I mean, episode 1 is 17 pages, and I don't think there's any that are shorter than 6 pages. Episode 2 is 6. Episode 3 is 7. So they're all roughly 6 pages after the first one, and then some of them run longer than that, just because of what's happening in the episode or whatever. So it was a lot to get done, and we definitely bit off more than we could chew, and that's why we ended up losing like a lot of time, and we got super inconsistent. So we weren't releasing videos for like a year and a half. we really fell off super hard after like a really strong first year. So it really hurt us at the time. But we're starting to recover now in 2024, which is crazy because this technically would have been coming out like 2022 ish. So we lost like basically 2 years of potential content and continuing our consistency and everything. So definitely a blemish on the channel, but we're trying to fix it now. So hopefully we can. But I just thought it would be cool to read this stuff because I don't think we'll ever release it in this style going forward unless like the channel really blows up and I could delegate a bit more and we have the resources and maybe I could either like get it animated or get some art made or more art made for it, I should say. Um, that would be like the only way this stuff ever sees the light of day in this style. I think we will continue. We'll eventually continue the storyline. It's just it'll be delivered in a different way. Like the same events will probably play out. It's just how they're gonna play out will be completely different because they'll have to be in like a shorter format, if that makes sense. So and that's kind of where we're at with that. I just thought it would be interesting to read um, these stories since they may never see the light of day, but I would like them to see the light of day because I wrote them. But the only good thing is, based off of what I just said, if they ever do become like official videos on the channel, that means we have probably made it. And I'm able to get like, I'm able to afford the voice actors, the art, maybe some animation, stuff like that. So here's hoping one day they do come to be actual videos on the channel because that would be a good sign for us. I will pull the writing up on stream for you guys. So there's a couple important things to note about the way it's going to be written when you see it. I wrote it knowing that it was going to be an audio play this time. So it's going to be a lot of like the names of our voice actors on there. So like you're going to see it here. I can even transition over. So like where it says like narrator Sassy. So Cecilia was supposed to narrate this one because it's an Anna based story and she plays Anna. That's how I was doing it. Basically, whoever the character focus was of the episode is who was supposed to narrate that episode. So I believe the first two episodes are Anna's story, or focused on Anna for the most part. So that's why Cecilia was meant to narrate these because she plays Anna. So you're gonna see a lot of like narrator Sassy or character name and then one of our voice actor names. Um, you're gonna see a lot of that just because that's how it was written. And I think the reason why the pages are so long is because it's written in like script format. So even though it's like 17 pages, it's probably just like a little bit longer than an average fantasy distraction, just because the way that it's written. But yeah, that's I think that's all the backstory, introduction stuff you guys need here. The camera's gonna drag me. Sometimes when I try to get it to stop tracking me or track me, it doesn't do it. And then other times I'll just be like talking with my hands as I do, and it'll drag me. All right, it's 8 o'clock on the dot, so I think that's a good spot to start. I have all the I have so many tabs open. I guess I don't need these anymore. This is our community post. Check out the community post for a teaser of what our Rima art looks like. It's pretty dope. Came out really awesome. All right. Okay, here we go. Awaking to a firework sailing high into the morning sky and exploding is often how the people of Vorpal know it is the start of the Morska festival. One might find it odd that a fiery thing such as a firework would be the symbol for a water-themed festival, but these fireworks are designed to erupt into water magic upon explosion. Water creatures and water objects decorate the air above the town of Vorpal, and its residents know it's time for celebration. Vorpal had become known as the town most associated with Morska, the mermaid goddess, on the planet Fenrir. Once a year, the town chosen by Morska herself would host a festival of water to honor their goddess. This year was no different. A young Fennin girl with green eyes, freckles, and long black hair ran quickly through the streets of Vorpal. I should have worn my Anna shirt today. That would have been smart. Fennin was the name given to the race most commonly found on Fenrir. Similar to humans on Earth, Fennins were the most diverse race on Fenrir. She paused to watch some of the water designs fly. Excuse me. Fly across the sky as if they were dancing. I would also like to compare this to the ebook at some point, because there's a lot of concepts in this that didn't even exist when I wrote the ebook version that spun off into fantasy distractions. So I would love to compare the two and see how much of it I had to change when I wrote it in this style, because Anna was there, Jek was there, Ingvar and Kazai were all characters in there, but I don't think I had figured out like the gods and goddesses or anything like that yet. So like I don't even know if I refer to Morska by name. I don't know if I call them Fennins and stuff like that. So I would be interested to compare them. She paused to watch some of the water designs fly across the sky as if they were dancing. She saw children and adults alike rejoice from the signal that was the beginning of what can only be described as one of the most magical events on Fenrir. Anna was not from Vorpal. In fact, she had only recently arrived and learned about the Morska festival a few weeks prior to the start. As she made her way through the streets, she stopped to admire two large mermaid statues that faced each other in the town square. A big smile appeared on her face, and she rushed through the crowds of people, finally reaching her destination. The Sea Tides was written upon a large building that acted as both an inn and pub in Vorpal. It was the largest of its kind, and the current residence of Anna and her companion. She opened the front door and walked inside. Despite the early morning, there were numerous people of all races sitting around, drinking and talking about the Mermaid Festival. Anna waved to a Fennin woman behind the bar. Hello, Desiree. Desiree was in her late 30s, had long silky black hair and black eyes. She was every customer's favorite. She was talking to a customer when Anna called out to her, and seeing Anna brought a big smile to Desiree's face. She waved back to Anna, but quickly lost sight of her as she bolted up a nearby staircase. She barreled through one of the doors. Inside was a room with two small beds and hardly anything else. This was the only room Anna and her companion could afford, and that was after making a deal with Desiree. On the bed in front of her laid an average-sized man with short black hair and black stubble on his face. In one hand he held a book, and in the other he held a small map. He was sprawled out in a way that took up the majority of the bed, and he was snoring. Jack, wake up! Anna poked one of Jack's legs to try to wake him up. It worked. Jack woke up a bit startled. What is it, Anna? What happened? Anna smiled the moment Jack looked at her. He had seen that smile before, and it usually meant bad news for him. It looks like I'm getting my wish after all. The Morska festival is starting today. We can actually attend before we leave town. Jack stared at Anna for a few moments before falling back into the position she found him in. Great. I put great or yay. Actually, Jack in this was supposed to be Jake, and I think for the episode we actually released of this, I think I was Jack. I don't think I got Jake to record this. It would have been way better if he did. What are you doing? You could sleep later. Come on, I don't want to miss a moment. Jack still had his eyes closed, but he heard Anna grab what he could only assume was a pouch of coins he left on the floor and dashed out the door. I think in the original it was like his wallet. Like she grabbed his wallet. And I was like, would they have wallets? Slamming it behind her. Jack opened one eye to look at the door to confirm she was gone and slowly began to get up. The sun was shining through their room's only window. Way too early for this. I might have to say the character names because I wrote it in a way that I thought it was going to be different voices. So in case you guys aren't looking at the screen or can't read it clearly, I should say what character is talking, but I'll do that when it gets a little more like confusing, I guess. Jack got up, still groggy from his sleep. Jack's torso had numerous scars, and his hands were rough. His body wasn't necessarily fit or muscular, but it also didn't seem like he was out of shape. I pictured Jack with like a dad bod. As he searched for a shirt, he looked over at the book he was holding. It was a book about Vorpal and its surrounding areas. The map he was holding went with it. He grabbed the map, folded it, and stuffed it in his pocket. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw where he left one of his shirts. He picked it up and sniffed it, establishing it wasn't that bad of a smell considering he and Anna couldn't afford to get their clothes cleaned. Jack put the shirt on and left the room, heading downstairs. Desiree smiled as Jack approached the bar. This wasn't the first time she had seen Jack looking this tired after Anna woke him in excitement. You just missed her. She left in a hurry. Hard for me to keep up with her when she's this excited. Is it safe for her to be running around this festival? Desiree surveyed the customers around them, but most weren't close enough to hear their conversation, and the ones that were close to them were busy having their own. And normally, yes, this year is a bit different. I got rid of the quotations here for some reason. How so? Desiree picked up a glass and began cleaning it. You got unlucky, I'm afraid. This never happens, but the rulers from Onyx and Obsidian are both here to visit the mayor. They're both in Vorpal right now? Jack stood up quickly, ready to go track down Anna, but Desiree put her hand on his wrist to stop him. Let's go. Sorry. Let go. I have to get to Anna and leave. Don't make it a big deal. They're here on business, but I doubt it involves you two. Jack relaxed a bit, and Desiree could tell. She let go of his wrist and poured him a drink. How could you be so sure? Have you heard why they're here? Rumor in the Sea Tides is that they're here looking for recruits. As long as you're gone before they start evaluating Vorpal citizens, you can continue to fly under the radar. It's too soon. I thought we had more time. You were going to get me a job here, and I was going to make some money to help Anna and I stay afloat for a bit longer. It's unfortunate. This would have been good for Anna, too. All this running around from place to place is preventing her from living her life. She was really starting to get to know people around here. It was a nice change of pace for her. How long do you think we have? Hard to tell. Since I'm living in Vorpal, I've only seen them visit once, and never at the same time. This is a really rare occurrence, and I won't be surprised if it gets ugly. Whenever they're in the same place at the same time, things always go south. Fast. Jack finished his drink and stood up. Thanks for the drink. Jack went to pay, but Desiree just pushed his hand away. I'll let you know what we decide to do. I'm definitely going to need a break for more water once I finish this, but... Number 13th, what's up? How you doing? Okay. Jack left the bar and stood just outside the door. He looked around, but didn't see much of the out of the ordinary. Most of the festival events weren't near the sea tide, so he made his way in the direction of the fireworks. Quickly, he noticed men stationed at all of the exits of Vorpal. Some wore black armor from head to toe, with long katanas around their waists as weapons. You're doing good? That's awesome. I'm happy to hear. The others wore gray armor that didn't cover as much as the ones in black. They also had long katanas around their waists. Jack was about to turn onto a street with a lot of commotion. If Anna was anywhere, she would be. If Anna was anywhere, she would be where all the action is. But as he made his way to the corner of the street, he saw a large group of the knights in black armor. In the middle of them was a tall man. He had long blonde hair and a blonde, bushy beard. Instead of black armor, he wore leather armor that was open in the middle, revealing his chest and abdomen. On the shoulders of the leather armor was fur that went around the back of his neck. He wore leather pants and boots to go with the revealing body armor, and had a long katana in a sheath around his waist as well. I always pictured Ingvar dressed like Craven the Hunter. So that how is it tracking me when I'm itching my eye? Did it track me? Did not. I have no idea what it's doing. Camera, are you good, homie? I don't know, it's flashing like a bunch of lights, so I just assumed it was tracking me. Anyway, I always pictured Ingvar dressed like Craven the Hunter, just without the Craven's got those like animal print pants, just without that. Definitely no animal print pants. But I always pictured him very like Craven the Hunter-esque. Anna, who's that? Jack, Anna, you can't sneak up on me like that. Jack positioned himself as if to block Anna from the man's sight. That was King Ingvar. He's the ruler of Obsidian. Why aren't you at the festival? I was waiting for you. I'll be here soon, but have to parent for a bit longer. All right, no worries, Maddie. I appreciate the work. Thank you. I was waiting for you. Anna offered some bread she was holding in her hand to Jack. And spending your money on food, of course. Jack grabbed the piece of bread. He wanted nothing more than to grab Anna and leave Vorpal as soon as possible, but he thought about the things Desiree said. Thanks for at least buying me some this time. Let's go check out this festival. As they walked together, Jack began eating the bread. Anna spoke while he chewed. So that guy is the one they call the God King, huh? You've heard of him before? The orphanage I grew up in was an Obsidian. Everyone talks about him there. I guess that makes sense. Lord Kazai, the ruler of Onyx, is here too. Don't they hate each other? They do. I can't imagine them being here at the same time will end well. As they approached the festivities, a large pillar of water shot out from behind a crowd of Vorpal citizens in front of them. They both looked up in awe as the pillar dispersed into more designs. Most of the designs were different types of fish, but the final one was a larger design of what many people thought Morska looked like. The massive image of the mermaid goddess filled the sky, and when Jack looked down at Anna, he saw how mesmerized she was by it. She looked so cool. Anna began making her way through the crowd, and Jack was forced to follow. As they emerged from the crowd, they saw numerous stalls set up with different games for people to play. Though much younger than Jack, Anna was in her late teens and didn't really need parental supervision, but looked up at Jack for approval regardless. Can I? I'll be over there. Don't go too far. Anna rushed over to a stall to spend more of Jack's money. Jack made his way over to a concession stand. The bread was nice, but all it did was make him want something more filling. As he approached the stand, he heard a commotion nearby. A Fennin male stood holding his young son by the hand. Two of the soldiers in gray were blocking one of the exits. This is absurd. You can't force us to stay here. Onyx Knight. Lord Kazai's orders. The Fennin man pulled his hand back and blasted the chest of the Onyx soldier with water magic. The magic bounced off the armor. The sudden outburst drew some of the festival goers over. Let us leave. I should be saying the names at this point, I guess. This is Vorpal Citizen number 1. Onyx Knight, we don't want to use force. No one is to leave Vorpal until after Lord Kazai has finished his meeting. Jack turned his head to the crowd and overheard some people talking. Vorpal Citizen number 2. We're not allowed to leave Vorpal? Vorpal Citizen number 3. They can't keep us here. Jack immediately rushed over to Anna. Suddenly she had a blue streak in her normally black hair. Did you get that streak put into your hair? That was Jack. Anna, what streak? Jack grabs her by the hand here. It's just a narration thing I added. Hey, what's wrong? Jack, come on, it's not safe here anymore. Jack held on his hand and rushed back through the crowd, but this time with greater resistance. The crowd was making its way to the commotion Jack left at the gate. As Jack made his way to another gate, he saw 2 more citizens of Vorpal confronting soldiers stationed at the gate. This time it was Obsidian's knights. Anna, are you going to tell me what's happening? Anna tried to tug on Jack's hand, but he wouldn't let go or stop. Jack, later, come on. Jack kept going, and when he reached the sea tides, Desiree was waiting outside with 2 bags and Jack's weapon. She handed a bag to Jack and a bag to Anna. The weapon was a katana similar to the ones the Onyx army used, a fine, crafted blade. Desiree, don't forget your stuff. Good luck. As Jack and Anna reached the gate, they saw a large group of Obsidian knights. Anna, why are there more at this gate? Let's try another one. Jack nodded to her and started to turn the other way, but another group of knights were blocking the path. Obsidian Knight number 1, going somewhere? Jack, my daughter is very sick. What she has is very contagious, and I need to get her to a healer. Anna is just like fake coughing. Like Obsidian Knight number 1, I'm sure there are healers in Vorpal. Jack, we tried them. They couldn't help us. Jack said the words and immediately tried to pass the knights at the gate. One of them put his hand on his chest. Obsidian Knight number 1, I don't think I like your attitude, and no one is leaving this town. One of the knights next to that one sucker punched Jack. and sent him crashing to the ground. It forced his grasp on Anna's hand to release. Jack was back on his feet quickly and unsheathed his katana. Jack, Anna, cover your eyes. One of the knights drew their katana, but Jack avoided their attack and cut him down. The next knight didn't even remove his blade before Jack cut him open. One by one, the knights began to fall to Jack's blade. To Anna, it felt like there was no end to the knights as she heard the slices and screams of Jack's victims. The other knights moved to barricade the gate, preventing them from leaving. More knights appeared from the other direction. Jack and Anna heard clapping. King Ingvar. Impressive. King Ingvar stood and clasped his hands together on the final clap. Anna finally opened her eyes to see the massacre Jack left around them. King Ingvar. I want this one. Jack, we're not enrolling in your army. King Ingvar. Yes, actually, you are. King Ingvar took a few steps forward, and some of the knights moved forward with him. King Ingvar. Everyone in this town is either going to Onyx or Obsidian. Just be happy you were recruited to the winning side. Jack. We're a 2-for-1 deal. If I go, the girl goes. King Ingvar looked over at Anna. He looked her up and down. King Ingvar, laughing. No, that's not how this works. She's too skinny. She probably couldn't even hold a butter knife, let alone one of our katanas. Jack, she's stronger than she looks. Trust me. You want her on your side. Obsidian Knight number 2. The king already made his choice. King Ingvar. You fought valiantly. It's the only reason she's going to walk out of here with her life. But I'd rather leave the weaklings for Kazai's army. She's not coming with me. That's final. King Ingvar turned his back to Jack to walk away, and Jack raised his katana. The knights went to move to defend their king, but there was no need. King Ingvar whipped around and grabbed Jack's wrist. King Ingvar. Way to make a first impression. King Ingvar formed a fist with his hand and hit Jack in the forehead with it. The blow sent Jack reeling, and he crashed to the ground again. King Ingvar. Pick him up and take him to our camp outside Vorpal. Leave this pathetic girl for Kazai. King Ingvar is such a jerk. See, like, that was 17 pages, but, like, it wasn't really that bad. It's actually more like 16, because there's literally one line on page 17. But it definitely, like, lengthwise, probably about the same as, like, maybe just a little longer than a normal fantasy distraction. It's just the way that it's written is, like, you know, script style, so it's more spaced out. All right, so this was I just labeled them like Anna Part 1. They were meant to have like actual titles. The overall story is the Onyx Obsidian War. You could also say it as the Obsidian Onyx War. I just felt like Onyx Obsidian War flowed better for the sake of the title, but both are right. There's no right or wrong way to talk about the wartime. But like in the ones that I was just writing were just meant to explain who the character focus was. So this was Anna Part 1. Episode 2 is Anna Part 2. I put pronunciations at the top too. So Sade is pronounced that way. Okay, so this is Anna Part 2. We'll see how far we can get tonight before my voice gives out. I think we could probably get through all of them. If they're about like this length, they're gonna go relatively fast. When Anna was in the orphanage in Reddick, she always took on the role of guardian for the younger children. She was one of the oldest there, and even if the grown-ups didn't tell her, she's sure she would have still taken on the responsibility herself. I'm sure if you would have taken out the spacing in areas, it would have become perhaps only 14 or maybe 15 pages. Yeah, it might have even been less. If I would have done like a normal fantasy distraction style, it would probably would have been like 10 pages maybe. I also double space everything, so if it wasn't double space, it'd probably be even less. She enjoyed helping the other children and she wanted to be helpful to the adults instead of feeling like a burden. As she learned about her ability to control water, she became a pivotal part of Reddick's survival until that fateful day when Grex arrived in Reddick. In his desperation to prove himself to King Ingvar, Grex nearly wiped out everyone in Reddick with no mercy. He would have succeeded, of course, had it not been for Jek. Jek is the only reason that Anna walked out of Reddick alive, and the two had been inseparable until now. The first day after the recruitment incident in Vorpal was the hardest. Luckily for Anna, Desiree was also recruited by the Onyx army. It would appear that King Ingvar also thought Desiree was too weak, and therefore unworthy to be in the Obsidian army. Desiree and Jek became friends rather quickly after arriving in Vorpal. She gave Jek and Anna a place to stay, helped Anna get acclimated with life outside the orphanage, and was going to help Jek get a job to earn some money to keep them both afloat for a while. Staying in Vorpal was the plan. We all know how that played out. Anna walked slowly behind Desiree, trying not to bump into her or slow down enough to get bumped into by the person behind her. She whispered to Desiree, "Anna, I'm scared. Desiree, just stay close to me." They traveled down a hallway that seemed to go on forever. They traveled in a single file line, but Anna found it strange that no one was passing them going in the other direction. That curiosity died out after she saw someone emerge through the doorway they were heading toward. A large orc who towered over all of the new recruits. Desiree, that's one of Lord Kazai's chosen, Razmig. If there was ever a moment in this process that made Anna feel like she didn't belong here, this was it. Razmig had to be quadruple her size and pure muscle. He barely fit inside the hallway and had to lean his head down to make it through. He didn't acknowledge any of the new recruits as he passed. Anna and Desiree stepped out through the door Razmig entered from, and a large courtyard was waiting for them. All around they saw training dummies and other tools used for practice. Onyx army soldiers lined them up in different parts of the courtyard. In the distance, a ramp led up to a large tent. Anna wondered if Lord Kazai was there, but she also doubted him attending something like this. Why would he waste his time welcoming new recruits to his army when the war was literally about to start at any moment? Those who were present in the tent, however, were Seldrick and Sade. Seldrick. Razmig's the lucky one. He gets to make preparations while we're stuck with the new recruits. Sade. You normally like training. Seldrick. When there is nothing to do, sure, but war is here, my friend. Sade simply shrugged her shoulders and held the exit of the tent open for Seldrick. They made their way outside. The new recruits were divided into 3 groups. Seldrick stood in front of the middle group, and Sade stood in front of Anna and Desiree's group, which was the group furthest to the left. Before they arrived, there was a bit of chatter among the recruits, but the moment Seldrick put his hand up, the talking ceased. My name is Seldrick. The woman standing beside me today is Sade. We are 2 of Lord Kazai's chosen, and the ones tasked with making sure that when the war begins, you don't get yourself killed. Sade will teach those in front of her. I will teach the other 2 groups. Normally the 3rd group would have Razmig as their teacher, but he is currently handling business for Lord Kazai. I have been training members of the Onyx army for years, so teaching 2 groups of new recruits is easy for me. I know what many of you are thinking. What am I doing here? How did this happen to me? I am not a warrior. You're here because the fate of Fenrir hangs in the balance, and you are its people. The wrong it's. This happened to you because Onyx and Obsidian territories did not have enough able bodies to fight this war. So we were forced to match Obsidian's recruitment of neutral towns in order to have a chance. And, you're right, you're no warriors. Not yet, but you will be. You will learn to be fierce and deadly, but not like King Ingvar's brainless brutes. You will have honor. You will learn when to show mercy, and when we're done training you, you'll realize something special about yourself. Something that was locked away inside you all along. You will have what it takes to usher in a brand new Fenrir. A Fenrir devoid of King Ingvar and his tyranny. A Fenrir we could all be proud of. Seldrick then signaled to his 2 groups to follow him, and he took them far away from Sade's group. Thinking they would have to do the same, Anna patiently waited for Sade to move them, but it never happened. Sade just stood there with her arms folded, looking up and down the rows of Fenins in front of her. Eventually, she placed her palm on the handle of her katana and began to walk slowly through the lines. Though she didn't say a word, you could tell she was making evaluations of all of them. As previously stated, Anna was far from warrior material. She was easily the shortest, skinniest, and most likely the youngest among the recruits in her group. As Sade walked through Anna's line, Nerves got the better of Anna, and she held her right wrist with her left hand to try to stop from shaking. Sade took a few steps past her, and it gave her a short moment of relief until Sade spoke out to her. Sade, you there, the small one. What's your name? Anna. Anna? Sade. Anna, do you think you have it in you to take the life of another Fenin? The question caught Anna by surprise, and she hesitated. Hoping Sade would continue, she waited, but Sade's patience outweighed Anna's. Feeling the need to answer, Anna chose to answer honestly. Anna, I don't want to take the life of anyone. Sade. Good. We're not here to take the lives of our brothers and sisters. Onyx and obsidian are made up of Fenins like you and I. If taught correctly, there shouldn't be a reason to take a life on the battlefield. I will teach you to be precise and give you all the knowledge I have about technique and discipline. I can't promise you'll never be in a position where you think it's your life or your opponent's, but I can promise that I will do everything in my power to make you skilled and smart enough to never find yourself in that position in the first place. Sade made her way to the front of the group. War is here. None of us are happy that it's here, but it's here. King Ingvar's obsidian army is going to march right into Onyx and try to tear us down. We have little time to prepare, but prepare is all we can do. You might not like that you were recruited into the Onyx army, but you're here now, and I can assure you that King Ingvar isn't teaching his army to show mercy. We have maybe a few weeks, a month tops, to be ready. Listen to me. Follow my directions. Learn as much as you can, and I will pull you through this. Sade looked right at Anna and nodded her head. Up until this moment, Anna only felt fear. Desiree looked out for her and Vorpal, but she was a barmaid, not a warrior. Jek was her guardian angel, her protector. Without him, she would easily just be another casualty in this war. But suddenly she felt much different. Even though she was smaller and weighed less than the other recruits around her, she had a chance. Sade was giving her a chance to survive. She had to take it. Good old Sade. Okay, that was episode 2. Episode 3 is Jek focused story, so it's Jek part 1. The Ana stuff was some of like the most fun to write because I wasn't really sure how I wanted to do it yet. And then it just kind of like pieced together as I went. And like I knew I wanted like Desiree to kind of be there with her. But I had to find somebody to kind of like fill that gap while Jek was out of the picture. So it made me really expand on Desiree's character in ways that I wasn't planning to originally. I'm going to take a really quick break to go grab another water because I'm going to finish this like probably during the next reading and then we'll keep going. Just give me 1 sec. What do we got going on? So basically I am reading what was meant to be season 2 of Fantasy Distractions when we were going to do like an audio play format. I wrote like 19 chapters that we never released. We only released like one of them technically. So we're reading through that. I don't know if I'll ever release these. I would like to, but I think if I ever did, I was explaining it earlier, but I think if they ever do come out as actual videos, it'll mean that the channel has finally made it, because I would want to do it with like animation, full voice acting, if not animation, then at least art and stuff. So I think if it ever does see the light of day, it would mean that the channel succeeded, if that makes sense. But I also wrote 19 of the chapters, and I would like them to see the light of day in some capacity without having to wait until we somehow figure out a way to monetize the channel, if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, right, exactly. Like having it here is helpful, even if we're not using it right away. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna get another water. I gotta turn the heat off down here. It's getting sweaty, and then I'll be right back. Okay. The Rangers are on, so my dad was just telling me what was happening in the game, but I can't put it on in the background because if I accidentally show it, I get like immediately copyright strike, DMCA, shut down. So, but it's all good. I wanted to stream. I wanted to make sure that I streamed. All right, so we are on episode 3. So this is now we're switching over to Jack's perspective. Just to catch you up, Maddie. Basically the first episode was Anna and Jack in Vorpal during a something called the Morska Festival that celebrates the mermaid goddess. And they find out that King Ingvar and Kazai are in the town recruiting for the war that's coming up. Uh, Desiree, who's a barmaid that works in one of the taverns there, she's like a friend of theirs. She basically tells Jack that they've never been in the town at the same time before, and them being there is probably a bad sign. But that Jack and Anna should probably have like some time to get out. Turns out they did not have time to get out, and they recruited everybody in Vorpal, but Ingvar wanted Jack because Jack like cut down some of his men to try to get out of Vorpal, and Ingvar was like impressed by that, but he didn't want Anna because she's like tiny and like puny looking. So Anna ended up in Onyx with Desiree, and Jack. We're picking up where Jack is going with Obsidian now. So they've been separated. Jack is basically like Anna's guardian. So without Jack, she has no idea how she's gonna survive the war. But at least she's with Desiree. And then now we're picking up at the start of the Obsidian stuff. Aradia. All right. So Jack. The Deadlands is the southernmost part of Fenrir. It is the place where the witch goddess Aradia dwells. It is a land with a legacy of oh my god. It is a land with a legacy full of horrors. Definitely don't remember that line. That's a pretty good line. I should use that somewhere. And I know all of their names. Oh snap, this is even better. I should use this somewhere. See, this is why we need to reread this stuff. Because I write them so quick that I like forget stuff. It is a land with a legacy full of horrors, and I know all of their names. Life had been cruel to me, and I found myself lost in the Deadlands for a long time. There was a point where I thought I was in control. I thought I was making progress, and I was going to find my own way out. But the entire time I was there, I was nothing but Aradia's puppet. Aradia. I just put that this should probably done with the echo. Oh, without the echo that Innocent normally uses when she voices Aradia. Um, the voice is supposed to sound human, as if mocking Anna. Jack, help me. Help. Oh, Jack, save me. Jack, ignoring the voice because he knows it's Aradia messing with him. I met many, many people in the Deadlands. There are more lost souls there than you think. They're all there because Aradia wants them to be. You don't get in otherwise. People who find themselves wandering that wretched place are just there to be her playthings. And I suppose I was her favorite one. I thought I was carrying out personal missions, goals, and vendettas. I was convinced I was paving my own way to freedom. I was wrong. It was Aradia achieving her goals. I was just the beast she rode upon. Aradia. Aradia's voice back to her norm with echo. Because it was meant to be like a audio play format, like what we listened to of Jake's the week prior. It was meant to be that way, so that's why it's a lot more script style and direction. I'm up for an audio play script read. Just did one with Mark Torres and his project for his comic Designated. Nice. I will definitely keep you in mind, Ref. I don't know if we'll be going back to this at any point, but I would love to do that. That would be awesome. Raf, who's in our YouTube chat right now, he has a show called The Written Writ that I've been on before to talk about fantasy distractions. If you ever hear Raf's voice, he is perfect for voice acting. He has like a really like crisp, deep voice. It's awesome. But maybe we'll have him on the stream one day, and we'll do some readings. He's working on a story for fantasy distractions for us, but we were trying to make it happen last year, but because of like my surgery and us not really posting stuff, it kind of went to the back burner for now. But we're still trying to make it happen. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but we're trying to make stuff like that work. Okay, Aradia. Aradia's voice back to her norm with echo. Aren't you afraid to face this? Aren't you afraid to face this world without me? Jack, not afraid. Ready to live life my way. Aradia. I can't wait for your disappointment when you find out that the way life treats you is much worse than I did. No need to think. No need to feel for these pathetic people when I was in control. Jack. No. Enough. I'm in control now. Aradia. Are you? Ren. Fading in. Hey, you awake yet? I'm getting bored. Jack wakes up, startled. Whoa, easy. There's a reason you're chained and I'm not, you wild animal. Jack, struggling because of the chains. Where's Anna? What happened to her? Ren. They did say you were traveling with some girl. She's long gone now. On the other part of Fenrir, I'd imagine. King Ingvar left for her for Kazai. King Ingvar left her for Lord Kazai to recruit. To be fair, I still don't know how to feel about what you did back there. Taking on all those obsidian knights by yourself, then standing up to the God King? Not sure I want to even be in the same carriage as you. I hope that stupidity isn't contagious. Dude, you just get a couple of people together and have a live read. It'll be fun. That way you don't have to get back to it. Yeah, we should definitely try to set up something like that. I think that could be a lot of fun. I'll have to talk to Jake about it. It would be a lot easier for him to set up than me. Jack, accepting the fact he's stuck there. You don't understand. That girl needs my protection. Ren, if you consider her like family, then I understand more than you know. Unfortunately, you can't get to Anna. Not now, anyway. My two little girls are about to spend a long time without their father. He hesitates for a bit, finally getting a look at Jack's scars on his face, body, and arms. Seeing as we're being escorted from Vorpal, might be a while. It might be a while we're stuck in this garage. I bet those scars come with a lot of stories. Jack wasn't sure if he could trust Ren, but he had no interest in talking about his past. Luckily for him, the carriage transporting them came to a stop, to a sudden stop. The noise outside ceased as well. Ren, what do you think this is all about? Before Jack could answer, an obsidian knight opened the door to their carriage. He got inside and forcibly removed Jack. Obsidian Knight number 1. You as well. Get out. Ren got out of the carriage. He noticed the sun was setting off in the distance. They had been traveling for quite a while since leaving Vorpal. Each other transport around them had 2 recruits in it, just like theirs. An obsidian knight began to remove Jack's chains. What happened next made Ren worry. One of King Ingvar's large hands stopped the knight. King Ingvar, leave this one chained. It'll make things more interesting. Yeah, it's about to get way more aggressive. King Ingvar looked at Jack as he said the words. Jack didn't back down, but his hands were literally tied, so even if he wanted to tempt fate again, he couldn't. King Ingvar made his way to the center of the recruits. King Ingvar, right now the Onyx army is probably giving their new recruits massages, wine, and complimentary katanas they could put on the fireplace in their home when the war is over. Pathetic. If you think Obsidian's gonna baby you in a similar fashion, you're in for a terrible time. Instead, I require my new recruits to have a rite of passage. Onyx teaches their army to show mercy, to only kill if you have no other choice. That's not how we do things. We are going to pair you off into 2 groups of 2. Whoever was being transported with you is now your partner for this little exercise. If you win, welcome to the Obsidian army. If you lose, you better pray whoever beats you kills you. Ren began to look around at the other recruits. Most of them were armed. Well, he wasn't, and his partner was chained. Most of them looked like they could hold their own in a fight, too. Ren, panicking and whispering to Jack, I'm not a fighter. I'm gonna die. Jack, pull yourself together. We can win this. Ren, getting a little louder because of nerves. How? Your hands are chained. Jack turned to face Ren. He grabbed his arms as best he could despite the chains. Jack, you want to see your family again, right? Ren, of course. King Ingvar yelling in the background. The group to your left are your opponents. Begin. Jack, then just stay behind me. Jack had his katana, but with the chains he couldn't grab it. The 2 recruits to their left approached Jack slowly. One had a sword and one had an axe. The one with the sword swung hard, but Jack sidestepped him and wrapped his arms up in the chains. In one quick shift of his arms, he snapped the sword-wielding recruit's arm, and the bone from his forearm protruded through his skin. Jack easily wrestled the sword from his hands and sliced open his chest. The one with the axe was quickly approaching. I gotta change this to AX. It's gonna just keep correcting it because that's the American way. The one with the axe was quickly approaching Ren while Jack was busy fighting the other. Jack launched the sword he stole from the other recruit at the axe wielder, but couldn't get enough on it to make it to his back. However, the sound was enough to distract the axe-wielding recruit and force him to turn his attention to Jack. Jack rushed to try to retrieve the sword, but the axe wielder swung at him. Jack confidently put the palm of his hand on the side of the axe and pushed it with enough force to get the recruit off balance. Before he could recover, Jack punched the recruit in his ribs. As the recruit leaned over in pain, Jack delivered a knee to his face. Instead of taking the axe from him, he simply kicked it out of his hand. Jack stared at King Ingvar as he slowly walked around his opponent. He kneeled down near the recruit's head and wrapped his chains around his throat. All the other fights had ended at this point, and all eyes were on Jack. The whole area was silent, except for the struggle of the axe-wielding recruit as Jack choked the life out of him. Once Jack was certain the recruit was dead, he let go and unraveled the chains from his throat. He stood back up and joined Ren near their carriage. Ren, whispering, "You're a madman." Jack, "I told you we could win. I'll help you get back to your family." Ren, I can't offer anything in return. Jack, "You don't have to." I don't know why I asterisked this. There's an asterisk here, I don't know why. Narrator. I don't need to read that. Ren simply nodded to Jack's request. Meanwhile, King Ingvar signaled for his knights to get their caravan moving again. He smiled as he walked past the knight that was originally trying to remove Jack's chains. King Ingvar, "I told you it would be interesting." He's laughing when he says that too. I told you it would be interesting. Okay. So now I am in the wrong folder still. The next one is Jack Part 2. Jack Part 2, then we got Sade, Desiree twice, Birch. Okay. Jack slowly walked behind Ren as they were in a line waiting to be processed into one of the Obsidian Army's main camps set up to prepare for the war. A muscular Obsidian knight walked by the line and shouldered into Jack's back. He was carrying a large boar, and Jack watched as he brought it to the center of the camp. Some other Obsidian knights joined him, and they began preparing it to be cooked. Ren stepped up and provided his name and where he was from to a person behind the counter. There weren't many small people in the Obsidian army, Jack noticed. Even the man signing them up was gigantic. Jack walked up to the counter. Obsidian Knight number 1. There he is. I was waiting for you. They told me to keep an eye out for the man with the scars. Lift your hands for me, scarred one. Unimpressed with the man's interest in him and a bit annoyed, Jack lifted his hands, revealing his chains. So, thank you for the hydrate. Obsidian Knight number 1. So what do we call you? I mean, other than dead. Because let's face it, you keep barking at the big dog, and eventually he'll bark back. Jack. Obsidian Knight number 1. Alright, Jack, head on back to the tent all the way at the end on the right. Jack, that's not where everyone else is going. Obsidian Knight number 1. No, it's not. But I didn't stutter, did I? Jack stared at the knight for a moment, somehow even more annoyed than before, and made his way to the last tent. Hesitantly, he pushed aside the cloth entrance and entered. Inside, he saw a woman leaning over a wooden table. She was short, with auburn hair and a pretty face. She wore fine leather armor, probably the most pristine Jack had ever seen, and certainly not a design he would have expected in a time of war. On the table was a map of Fenrir. Everything that made up the Onyx territories was circled, but the only items Jack saw placed on the map were on Triton and Vorpal. Dita. Welcome. Please join me by the table. And what should I call you? The other Obsidian Knights have just been referring to you as the Scarred One, or the one with the scars. Jack didn't know her, but he felt the need to address her with a lot more respect than he addressed the Obsidian Knight that was signing them up. Jack. My name is Jack. Dita. Jack. Got it. I'm Dita, head recruiter for the Obsidian Army and right hand of the God King. Jack. You're the brains of the operation. Dita, laughing. You could say that, yes. Jack. Why a private meeting with me? Dita. Everyone around here thinks you're dangerous, and it was stupid for me to invite you here for a one-on-one conversation without guards in the tent. You tell me, Jack. Should I be worried? If you're asking me if I'm as bad as those savages outside this tent, I'm not. Yet those marks on your body, to get that many scars but still be standing says a lot about you. Those scars tell me that you've taken a lot of hits, but you're still here. Those who gave those scars to you, however, how I got these is irrelevant. Am I fighting in this army or not? Sorry, I didn't mean to overstep. You're not going anywhere. I haven't seen King Ingvar this interested in a person since I met him. Come on, Jack, walk with me. Dina walked around the table and exited the tent. Jack followed her. And the moment they stepped outside, Jack saw many of the Obsidian Knights look in their direction. Some of their eyes lingered on them, but most just took a quick glance to make sure Dita was okay. Excuse me. And Jack was right in assuming that she deserves the respect he gave her. It would appear everyone in this camp respected her in the same way. An interesting notion considering the type of people in the Obsidian army. She must be special, or at the very least special to King Ingvar. Jack couldn't help but try to find Ren, and when he did, he saw him being instructed how to fight by one of King Ingvar's brutes. Ren wasn't the only one being trained, and the new recruits beside him also looked like they never held a weapon before. Dita. So, tell me, what's going through your head? Jack, a little taken aback by Dita's interest in him and still unsure how much he should trust her. I am wondering why I'm still chained. Wondering why I'm not training with the other recruits. Trying to assess those around me. And? What does your assessment tell you? Most of these new recruits are going to die the moment they step foot on the battlefield. If the actual war doesn't catch up to them, the rest of the monsters here are going to eat them alive. I wouldn't be surprised if most of these recruits don't even survive the training. You got all of that just from walking through the camp once and standing here for a few seconds? Most of these recruits aren't fighters. You pulled them out of Vorpal and Triton. I saw your wooden figures on the map. They're from neutral towns. They haven't been vetted like Obsidian and Onyx territories have. You need to reassess these recruits and get most of them out of here. We're of a like mind. I said something similar to King Ingvar. Unfortunately, I also agree with him. There isn't enough time to be picky and we need bodies, able or not. And you're sending these people to quick deaths. It's a war, Jack. We'll try to prepare them as much as we can, but they were going to be in this fight whether they wanted to be or not. The figures on the map, that wasn't about the recruiting process, was it? You're going back to Triton and Vorpal? It's for scouting purposes, but I wouldn't be surprised if things get ugly. If Lord Kazai has a similar idea, then Triton and Vorpal may be the first areas with major battles and casualties. I can't say I like it, but from a war standpoint, this is your best option. Controlling those 2 points means controlling the cutoff points to the north and south of Fenrir. It forces the battle to be more in Ingvar's favor by making the middle of Fenrir the focus. Exactly. When it comes to fighting, most of our recruits outside of Triton and Vorpal are more prepared for war than any of Onyx's recruits. Most of the people living in Obsidian have been fighting for their whole lives. The more fights we can force in the middle of both territories, the more likely we can overwhelm Onyx. However, underestimating Kazai would be a big mistake, and we still need to tread carefully. The reason I wanted to speak with you the moment you got here is because you've shown that you could fight. Now I need to know how long you were in Vorpal before you got recruited. I was trying to start a life there, but I was only there for a few months before Ingvar and Kazai showed up. If you're asking for my help scouting, I'll do it, but I have one request. Which is? Let me bring Ren. That was your partner for the king's trial? King Ingvar thought very lowly of him. I had to convince him not to have Ren killed the moment he got here. He's not a fighter. He was scared during the trial, but he just wants to be reunited with his family. Ren will be one of those early casualties if you don't let me train him. I can do it while we travel and while we scout, and still get the job done. I can prevent him from being one of the bodies shielding your better fighters, and make him into a formidable part of your army. You're making me wish we had more time for you to train more than just Ren. Alright, you can take Ren with you. We'll send a few other Obsidian Knights as well. Now let's get you out of those chains. Dita Jack conversation, it was one of my favorite things to write. I like their like kind of weird mutual respect for each other, even though they're like just meeting each other for the first time. But like just based off of like what Jack observes and what she's heard, they know they should like respect each other. Okay, Maddie, no problem. Wait, pronunciation: Sade repertoire, repertoire. Google it. I have no idea how to spell it out. I think I got close. Yo, the journey called life. Thank you so much. You're awesome for being here. Thank you. This town is called Anshil. I was going for the ending of words like financial, it says. This stuff I don't remember. I don't remember this repertoire comment. I'll give it a few seconds for Maddie to come back. It's nice to have some chatters in the on the YouTube side of things tonight. We normally don't get people chatting over on YouTube. So I appreciate that. Thank you guys for hanging out. Um, I have a slightly bigger following on Twitch, not by much. Like I'm not famous or anything. Um, so I think a lot of my followers and viewers mostly come through the Twitch because that's what they're used to. But I appreciate having people in the YouTube to help us get that watch time up. I still can't believe like they lowered it from 4,000 hours of watch time to 3,000. You only need 500 subs to monetize now though, which is kind of nice. But I have no idea how we're gonna get 3,000. I mean, at our biggest peak, I talked about this last week, but at our biggest peak on viewership, our watch time went up to like 400. And at the time we needed 4,000. And it has to be in a 365-day span. So like it's not even all time. So like that 400 has fallen off now. Like right now I think we have 110 watch hours. It's so daunting for us with how small we are. Oh yeah, Ref, we're on Twitch too. My Twitch is Val underscore Starlight. If anybody wants to watch on Twitch, but I do appreciate you guys watching on YouTube for the watch hours. Like I said, yeah, Monsword, you're always lurking over there. I appreciate it, man. You showed up to like every single one of our premieres too when we were doing premieres during season 1. So I appreciate your support always, Monsword. Oh, they don't allow StreamYard over there? You know what's funny? Like after you introduced me to the StreamYard stuff, I thought about doing it on my stream. But I guess I would not have been able to, so good thing I didn't go through the trouble. They have like their own stuff like StreamYard now, so that's probably why. They're just trying to push their own stuff, I bet. That's pretty lame though, because they let you multi-stream now. And like to me, multi-streaming is way worse than just using StreamYard. I don't know. Like they allow you to also stream on like Facebook, YouTube, and everywhere else, but you can't use StreamYard. It seems like a weird like hill to die on. I don't know. All right, let's keep going. Not to all of them. Some I missed back then. If you missed any, it has to be like a handful at most. Out of 50, I feel like you. I mean, technically 75 because I think I did some premieres for the shorts. I feel like maybe you only missed like 5. You were there at most of them, and then I kind of stopped doing them at the end. So, um, I think like the last 15 or so, I didn't do them anymore. But you were there for most of them, and I appreciate that. All right. Ominous clouds floated high above the Onyx Army training camp that Anna and Desiree were a part of, but the threat of rain wasn't enough to stop today's session. It had been a few days since Sade began training them, and over the course of those days, Razmik finally returned to teach the third group. However, the three trainers considered to be part of Lord Kazai's Chosen weren't out with them training today. Instead, they were allowed to train in any way they wanted, making sure to focus on things that they had learned so far that they were struggling with. I should point out that this is a Sade story. This is Sade Part 1. Peepo doesn't voice act for us anymore, but you should still check her out. I think it's Peepo here on like every social media. She streams, I think she still streams on YouTube, but she streams a lot of horror games if you're into horror. I don't play any horror games, so if you want horror games, go to Peepo. It makes life so much easier to StreamYard, Boom, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Yeah, I remember when I was on the Written Writ that time that it was so like smooth compared to like, running through OBS and stuff like that. I remember like being able to like transition into like pulling people in and just like having multiple people on screen was so much easier than anything I've dealt with on Twitch. I haven't tried their newer stuff yet, but yeah. I just remember it being pretty cool. Obviously, Anna paired with Desiree, though they chose to work on a little bit of everything. Nothing in particular was troubling them, but they were certainly trusting in Sade's system. Excuse me. Technique and precise execution of attacks, counters, and dodges were a mainstay in Sade's repertoire. They had also planned to focus on meditation later that night, another important thing Sade was passing down from her training with Lord Kazai. Inside the main tent in the camp, Sade looked down at the map on a large war table. Razmig sat on one side of the table, his arms folded and his eyes closed. Seldrick stood on the other side, looking down at the map in a similar fashion. Seldrick, making our way that deep into the Obsidian Army's territories is risky, but if we can pull this off, it might make this a faster war than anyone anticipated. Razmig spoke, but continued to keep his eyes closed. We had nobody playing Razmig at this point. That's why it's just question marks. Lord Kazai is confident this plan will work. Oh, this is Razmig. Lord Kazai is confident this plan will work. He wanted me to share news of something he's been keeping from all of us since before the war began. Pyros is on the inside. Sade, we have a spy in Obsidian? Razmig, indeed. That's how we know for sure King Ingvar is moving the Tailor as far from Onyx as possible. The Tailor is reference to Dita, because if you listen to the Dita short story, she comes from a family of tailors, and that's when Ingvar met her and recruited her. So they just refer to her as the Tailor. Seldrick, a good choice as always from Lord Kazai. I trained Pyros at the start, but he's also worked quite a bit with Sade. He's as deceptive as they come, skilled in the art of battle and stealth, cunning enough to get himself out of trouble too. The perfect man for the job. Sade, are we sure we have the right place though? There are a few options that would put the Tailor far from Onyx. Razmig, we're sure. Razmig finally stood up. His large orc frame barely fit in the tent, but his long arms made it easy to point out specific places on the map. Razmig, she's in a camp east of Vorpal right now. We know she's moving with King Ingvar north toward Triton. This makes Anshil the best spot to put someone you don't want involved in the fighting. Even if the calculations are a bit off, she would have to still be close to that location. Sade, she'll be heavily guarded and possibly still with Ingvar once we get there. Seldrick, guarded, yes, but I doubt Ingvar will still be there. He will want to be in the fight as soon as possible, not babysitting. Razmig, King Ingvar should be busy, because we're creating a distraction. Sade, we are? Razmig, yes, Lord Kazai is getting the three of us involved earlier than intended. But like Seldrick said, the risk should be worth it. Seldrick and I will lead a team just past Midport, directly into Obsidian territory. This should draw the attention of any Obsidian Knights within the middle of Obsidian, and at the very least get the attention of King Ingvar. Seldric, I already like the sound of this plan. Razmig, then we break off here, at this point. Sade will take 2 members of Onyx from our group with her and make way for Anshel. Seldric, that would leave Lord Kazai without any of us left to defend Onyx. Razmig, I brought up a similar concern, but Lord Kazai said he'll be fine. He has more plans in place in case things go wrong. Seldric, there is no one I trust more than Lord Kazai. Razmig, I suggest you think carefully about the 2 Onyx soldiers you're taking with you, Sade. Sade, I already know who I will bring. Razmig, oh, with a little, I put a little tilde there. Oh? Seldric, Sade, you can't be serious. Sade, I don't know why you underestimate them. Desiree has shown promise. Seldric, sure, she has potential, but the other one is better suited staying in Onyx and praying Obsidian never gets this far. Sade, the other one is named Anna, and she's coming with me and Desiree. Before Lord Kazak trained me and gave me a chance, a lot of people said the same things you're saying about Anna, about me. Seldric, I remember, but just keep in mind that you're the exception, not the rule. Seldric left the tent to prepare, angry with Sade's decision. Razmig sat back down. Razmig, it's your mission. Lord Kazai trusts you enough to make the right decisions. That's good enough for me. Sade nodded to Razmig, then made her way out to the camp. Desiree. Better. That was near perfect execution, actually. I can feel you're getting a bit stronger, too. Anna. It's tough, but I'm starting to get the hang of it. Sade. Sorry to interrupt, Desiree. A word, please? Desiree put away her katana and followed Sade off to the side of where everyone else was training. Anna remained and continued to work on her skills. Desiree. Is everything alright, Sade? I have been given a very important mission, and I would like you and Anna to join me for it. So soon? Do you think we're ready? You have shown the most potential out of everyone here, and I see a lot of myself in Anna. She isn't quite there yet, but neither was I at the beginning. I think she can handle this. But we both might need to keep an eye on her if things go sideways. I know you've expressed how important it is to keep her close to you before, and if I'm being honest, I probably wouldn't have chosen her if that wasn't the case. I'm confident in your ability, and I'm taking a chance on hers. Don't worry, I think Anna is tougher than she looks. We won't let you down. Sade, good. End training early. You have prepared your bodies enough. Rest and train your mind now. We leave first thing in the morning. Okay, that was a Sade story. Now it's Desiree. Desiree part 1 and then a Desiree part 2. I feel like fine voice-wise, like I don't feel like I'm losing my voice or anything. It's I feel like, I don't know if you guys could hear it. I get like, and when I read so much, my voice gets like squeaky and it drives me nuts because obviously like I could hear it every time. Okay. Between Onyx and Obsidian, there was an area that stretched from Triton down to Vorpal. This long neutral ground between the 2 warring armies was known as Midport. It was a strange thing to have the middle ground be neutral, but a much welcomed area of peace during the war. It was unusual to see Onyx and Obsidian Knights in the same town without them trying to kill each other, but in Midport, it was commonplace. Before the war and even during it, it was normal to see an Onyx and Obsidian Knight getting their weapons sharpened or made at a local blacksmith, as often as you would see them getting a bite to eat at Thana's bakery. The bakery is actually where Desiree and Anna found themselves on this day, the day they were meant to follow Razmig and Seldric right into the border of Obsidian. Anna stood in front of the large glass window that displayed the sweet treats of Thana's bakery, while Desiree leaned her back against it. Desiree had her eyes closed, possibly practicing one of the many meditation techniques that Sade had taught them. Anna. Kinda weird to see Razmig in a bakery. Desiree. He's friends with the owners. They were located in Fate before coming out to Midport. That's the town that Razmig saved many years ago. He's lived there ever since. Anna. So he's like super old, right? Desiree. Orcs live to be a lot older than Fennins, so yeah. Laughing a bit and imitating Anna. He's like super old. Anna. I think it's a little cute that he has these nice Fennin bakery girls as friends, don't you? Desiree. Definitely unexpected. Most tales I've heard of Razmig go one of two ways. It's either surprising tales of how he's this menacing orc, but secretly nice, or legendary battles like when he saved Fate from Embarrack. Anna. Embarrack? I think we learned about that at the orphanage. A giant wolf made from one of Enror's claws. Desiree. That's correct. It started on the obsidian side, but made its way across to the edge of Onyx, where it fought Razmig and Fate. Razmig defeated the wolf and sent it into the Fen Seas. Anna. I know it came with your job, but I'm always surprised by how much you know. Desiree. Knowledge like that's gonna keep us safe. Anna. Yeah, these katanas and everything Sade has taught us help too. Are you nervous? Desiree. Trying not to be. I've heard about many battles, and I've swung a bottle or two during bar fights in the past, but never been in anything like this before. Anna. If we follow Razmig and Seldrick, I'm sure we'll be fine. Desiree. This isn't the part that worries me. It's the part after with Sade. It'll just be us three going right into the belly of the beast. There are so many things that can go wrong. Anna. Razmig's coming. Razmig said his farewells to Thena and her assistant Mariah. Desiree's words were true. Razmig had grown close to both Thena and Mariah. He always looked out for the two bakers while living in Fate, and they would often leave him some food to show their thanks. Razmig hasn't had many friends in his life, and hardly knew any people that treated him with respect. Orcs had a reputation, but Razmig was nothing like what people thought. On the outside he appeared intimidating, but he was a gentle soul. Anna watched as he walked toward them and exited the bakery, barely fitting through the door. Razmig, are you two ready? Anna, ready. Desiree simply nodded to Razmig after Anna's response. Before leaving Midport, Razmig made one last stop at the nearby blacksmith. Razmig's legendary spear, a myriad, was laying on a table. Blacksmith. I tried to sharpen it and clean it up as much as I could. I don't even know how you move this thing. Anna and Desiree could tell that, however, Razmig placed the spear down in front of this blacksmith is exactly where the spear stayed through the sharpening and the cleaning. Desiree knew why, and she explained it to Anna earlier. Desiree. Razmig's weapon isn't a katana. He wasn't part of the Onyx army until the recruiting began for the war. Instead, he uses a legendary spear given the name of Myriad. The spear is said to be so heavy that only Razmig is big and strong enough to wield it. Desiree's description didn't do the spear enough justice. Anna was in awe of it, and watching Razmig pick it up like a feather was enough to shock her and the blacksmith. Desiree simply laughed, though she too felt it was way more impressive in person than in any bar story she had heard. Now with those rare pleasantries out of the way, the three of them made for the Onyx camp just outside Midport. An Onyx camp within Obsidian borders was risky enough, but they managed to find a spot not heavily guarded by King Ingvar's knights. The camp they were using only had 20 Onyx knights, but this camp didn't include Seldrick and the knights he had with him. They gathered together and made quick preparations. The idea was to advance immediately once Razmig got there, but he had to brief everyone on the situation. This included the plan to have Sade, Desiree, and Anna break off from the group. Once that was done, they made their way to the outskirts of an obsidian outpost set up to warn of Onyx invasion. Razmig led the bulk of the knights while Desiree and Anna were instructed to bring up the rear. The less fighting they had to do, the better. Plus, it would be easier for them to exit when the time came. An outpost designed to warn Obsidian of their arrival would normally be an issue, but the whole concept of this plan was to be seen. This made the approach easy for Razmig and Seldrick. Anna, my heart is starting to race. Desiree, remember the breathing technique Sade taught you and try to keep it together. Make sure you stay by my side. Anna, I don't know if I could do this. Desiree and Anna's conversation was interrupted by the loud roar of Razmig in the distance. Razmig broke through a large wooden door that was the entrance to the outpost, and inside a few Obsidian knights were waiting. Razmig was making quick work of them and probably didn't need the support from Seldrick, but Seldrick and his knights came pouring in from one of the nearby walls. They used ladders to climb over, and the Obsidian knights there didn't stand a chance. Unfortunately for them, some scouts were returning from a Midport visit themselves and ambushed their group, closest to Desiree and Anna. The Onyx Knights around them began to drop as the Obsidian Knights swept through. but Desiree felt Anna press her back against hers. They unsheathed their katanas in unison and prepared to defend. They walked in a circle, taking turns blocking attacks. Anna was completely on the defensive, unable to squeeze in a counterattack, while Desiree, on the other hand, was able to cut down an obsidian knight or two while watching Anna's flank. It benefited Anna greatly that there was no time to think, and all she could do was channel the teachings of Sade as she parried each attack thrown at her. Anna heard Desiree cut down another, but the next slice she heard was a cut on Desiree's thigh. This forced Desiree down to one knee, where she continued to block attacks, but the disruption in their tiny formation took Anna off guard. She took her eyes off the obsidian knights in front of her for only a moment as she turned her head to see if Desiree was all right. Seeing Desiree continue to block attacks assured her that she was at least able to defend herself. But when Anna turned back to face her opponents, an obsidian knight was bringing a large great axe down toward her face. I guess I don't really need to say it's a great axe. It's very like video gamey of me, but yeah. Before it could reach her, a myriad pierced the knight's throat, knocking him to the ground. Razmig ran in, now without a weapon, and used his large body to barrel over multiple obsidian knights. Before they could retaliate on the orc, Seldric and his knights were upon them. Anna turned around and helped Desiree up. The knights attacking Desiree began to fall one by one, as Sade arrived to clean up what was left of them. Anna, are you all right? Desiree, a little out of breath. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. It took me down to one knee and I couldn't get back up without lowering my defenses. Sade, not an easy task to fight down on one knee and without movement. You did well. Desiree, laughing through a little bit of pain. Suddenly your stationary defense drills don't seem so boring. Sade, I did say they might save your life one day. Are you sure you can walk on that? Desiree, I'll be fine. This won't slow me down. Sade, good. Let's at least slap a bandage on it before we go. Razmig, you might want to move quickly. Word of this will reach King Ingvar fast. We shouldn't stay here long. Alright, then the next one just kind of picks up where this one leaves off, I believe. Martyr. Do I remember Martyr? I guess it's going to be one of the places they run through. Martyr is like a town to the west of Triton, if I remember correctly. Okay, I'm going to take a drink. I'll probably do one more, then I think I'm going to go back to sitting down. I've been standing for most of the stream. Not all of the stream. We started off sitting down. 2 hours seems to be my limit that I feel like I need to sit. I prefer standing when I read, though. Alright. Desiree, Anna, and Sade made their way north after splitting away from Razmig, Seldric, and the rest of the Onyx army that was with them at the outpost. Their biggest challenge was avoiding a large group of Obsidian Knights making their way toward Triton. After that, Sade led Desiree. I have to burp a lot. I'm sorry. Sade led Desiree and Anna through a path that was on another border of obsidian. This path took them just south of a town called Martyr, and was the easiest and fastest way to Anshil. Other than some directions from Sade on how to path around the obsidian knights they saw near Triton, the three women mostly traveled in silence, at least until it was obvious that they were clear of Obsidian's gaze. Anna. Probably a bit late to be asking this question, but how do we know for sure the tailor will be here? Sade. It's not guaranteed, but we have a spy on the inside feeding us information about Obsidian. Anna. And what exactly do we know about this tailor? Desiree. Wasn't a whole lot to know for a while, but closer to when we got recruited from Vorpal, some rumors started to pass through about her. Her parents owned a tailoring business somewhere in Obsidian. The exact town isn't known. One day, Ingvar and his knights went there for some repairs to their armor after one of their knights got hurt. Dita's father, eager to make some money off the war, was about to suggest upgraded leather armor. However, Dita suggested new armor upgrades in general from the local blacksmith. She did offer to work with the blacksmith to make the leather straps for the armor, so their family would still profit from the upgrade. Her aggressiveness caught everyone off guard, especially the Knights of Obsidian. Despite it being a simple suggestion in her way of trying to help, everyone in attendance feared the worst for how the king would react to her sudden proposal. Ingvar wasn't known for doing things in someone else's way, but instead of being furious with her, he was impressed. What happened next shocked everyone, Dita especially. While Dita's family worked to make the new armor, Ingvar spent the rest of his time there talking to Dita about what she thinks the people of Fenrir really need. This is basically fantasy distraction number 25, I want to say, summed up in like 2 paragraphs. Anna, this story makes Ingvar seem not as bad as people think. Sade, a rare occurrence, I'm sure. Desiree, in all of my time working at the Sea Tides, I never heard a story like this about King Ingvar. I found it hard to believe as well. Yet if the story is true, Ingvar and Dita spent a lot of time together over the course of those few days, and when the armor making was finished, Ingvar had convinced Dita to join the Obsidian army. It was hard to tell what her role would be at first. On the surface, it appeared she was just in charge of the recruitment process, but it became more and more obvious to the other Obsidian Knights that Dita was an advisor to the king. I'm getting this weird like feedback in my headset. It's driving me nuts. Okay. Sade. A lot of people believe she's the brains behind the Obsidian Army's operations, which makes them way more dangerous while she's a factor. Ingvar is a brute, but until she joined Obsidian, there wasn't a lot of strategy involved. Strategy involved in what their approach would be once the war started. Now, Dita's aiming this unstoppable force at important directions in Onyx, and we all need to be on guard when they reach their destination. Anna, unless we're successful here, of course. Sade, exactly. If we can, she notices something as they near Anshel. What is this? The area where Dita would most likely be kept was covered in ice. A path was made between where Sade was standing and the building in question, but this was no ordinary path. Lining it were many frozen bodies, some in the act of running and others attempting to defend themselves. Sade raised her hand to make sure Anna and Desiree didn't approach. Sade, follow me, but not too close. It would take a lot of power to do something like this. Sade moved closer to the building, being careful not to slip on the ice. Desiree thought it best to keep Anna between herself and Sade. Anna, wait, are these Obsidian Knights? Desiree, looks like it. Anna, did someone beat us to Dita? Sade made her way ahead as Desiree and Anna inspected the knights. But Desiree noticed that Anna's hair had changed color, a few streaks of blue reminiscent of the ice covering the ground around them. Desiree, Anna, your hair! Anna, this happened in Vorpal too during the festival. What does it mean? Sade, yelling in the distance, over here! Anna and Desiree rushed over as fast as they could without slipping on the ice. When they got to the building, they saw a man hanging from the center of the first room. His body was eviscerated, as blood dripped from it down to the floor below. Anna, horrified, who is that? Sade, that's our spy. Alright, in comes Zayla. Zayla, not anymore, I'm afraid. The voice of Zayla, the mercenary, forced Sade to draw her katana. Anna and Desiree did the same, and the three of them formed a formation similar to the one Anna and Desiree used when helping Razmig. They watched each other's flanks as a floating aura teleported from place to place within the room. When Zayla finally revealed herself, she was very close to Sade's katana. Zayla, put that away, you might hurt yourself. Sade swung, but Zayla vanished before she could hit her. When she reappeared, she was next to Anna. She flicked some of Anna's blue hair. Zayla, laughing, cute hair. Anna just gave Zayla a look as she teleported over to Desiree. Zayla, aren't you a little old to be fighting in this war? Desiree swiped, but Zayla teleported one last time. When she reappeared, it was further away from the group, behind where the spy, Pyros, was hanging. Pyros is how I pronounced it earlier, so we'll stick with that. I'm still unsure. It forced Sade, Desiree, and Anna to turn to face her. That's when they noticed a monster of a man emerge from the shadows. He was bald and wide, more of a solid mass than a normal Fenin. He cracked his knuckles as he joined Zayla, what say you, Birch? Attacking someone's age in a war too much? I guess you can I guess you can be any age to fight in one of these things. Plus I hate to admit it, but she does look good despite being ancient. Desiree, a little under her breath to no one in particular. I'm not even that old. Zayla, well, hopefully she doesn't break a hip before we get to break it ourselves. Birch, are you done? I just want to kill something. Zayla teleported to where Pyros's body was hanging and poked his foot. Zayla, you just killed this guy. Birch, so what? Birch and Zayla continued to bicker while Desiree whispered to Sade and Anna. I put potential additional bickering lines. I don't remember this at all. This is just Zayla and Birch talking, so I'm not going to read their names, but it starts with Zayla. You might have an addiction. To kill? We know that already. Mercenaries, remember? Remind me that we need to have an intervention for you when we get back. For me? You froze all those nights outside. That was different. How was that different? And then I just put, we could expand on this more if it doesn't fill enough space. LOL. Desiree, these two are bad news. Birch is known as the Brexit Butcher, and from what I hear, he lives up to the name. Anna, he butchered poor Pyros. Sade, and the other one? Desiree. Zayla, a witch. If the songs about her are true, she's just as heartless as Birch. They call her the Queen of the Hex. They usually travel with... Before Desiree could finish her thought, Zayla teleported behind them. Zayla. Oh, were you three talking about us? Yelling to Birch. They were talking about us. Zayla touched Sade's arm and disappeared with Sade. She reappeared by Birch and teleported him next, then did the same to Anna and lastly teleported Desiree. As soon as Desiree appeared in this new location Zayla brought them, Zayla vanished again, leaving Desiree alone in an abandoned building. Whatever they did before they got here made the people of Anshil rush out in a hurry. Desiree peered outside through a window and saw a desolate town. She wondered why Zayla brought her here, but she quickly found out as another shadowy figure emerged. This one was wielding two daggers as it sprung from the darkness in Desiree's direction. Oh, that's how I end that one? Okay. It continues in the next one, I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah. Then it goes from now this is Birch, Zayla, and Luxie, who is the shadowy figure. Part 1. Okay, I just need a quick bathroom break. I've been drinking a lot of water, and then I think we're gonna sit down for a couple. I'm gonna mute myself, make the desk go down, and then run up and use the bathroom real quick. Okay, be right back. Let me know what you guys think so far. We have a little bit more to go. Which number are we on? 8 already? Yeah, we're on 8 out of. I only rode 19, so we're pretty close to done. Well, not close, but I mean we're making good time. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I got a honey drop thing, just in case. My throat's all right now, but just in case. All right, let's see. We're on 8 now. It's getting spicy. All right. Okay. So this is still from Birch, Zayla, and Luxie's point of view. It's funny. So I have Janine narrating this. Janine plays Luxie. But I don't think she's ever had lines in anything before this. Because she's like the quiet type. Like silent assassin. I'm avoiding using silent but deadly. And so I was like, oh, I might as well have Janine narrate this because she's probably not gonna have many other lines. So that's why Janine was gonna narrate this one. All right. A few days prior to the ambush in Anshil, Birch, Zayla, and Luxie were returning from a job. They thought mercenary work would die down once the war had begun, but to their surprise, it actually picked up. The jobs they were getting weren't the kind they enjoy by any means, but the pay was much better. There were a lot of desperate people not recruited looking to pay for people to retrieve things for them from their homes. A witch that can teleport, and a rogue familiar with sneaking through the shadows made that retrieval rather easy for their group. Birch was the muscle, of course, and mostly there in case things didn't go as planned for Zayla and Luxie. The three mercs had developed quite a bond, and found themselves sharing a place to live. I think I know what might be causing my issue in my headset. I have a wire that is charging my phone, and the wire from my headset I think keep like hitting against each other, and it's making like a little static in my ear. I'm gonna see if that helps. It seems to be gone at the moment. I'll just keep an eye on it. Okay. Anyway. Okay. The three mercs had developed quite a bond and found themselves sharing a place to live. It wasn't the ideal home, but owning a real house to operate out of made no sense to Birch, since they were constantly on the move and attracting the wrong kind of attention. Instead, they created their own makeshift hideout, somewhere in the middle of Obsidian's territories. But not too far away from Onyx either. They wanted to keep their potential range of customers vast. When returning from their most recent outing, Birch carried their coins into one room, while Luxie made herself comfortable. Zayla made her way to their tiny little kitchen way in the back of the hideout. Zayla, tea anyone? Zayla turned briefly, long enough to see Luxie shake her head no. She didn't hear a response from Birch, but she had never seen him drink tea in her life, so she assumed he was a no as well. To her surprise, there were people waiting for her in the kitchen. On one side was Dita, the right hand of the God King, and primary Obsidian recruiter. A rather intimidating woman known as Angelica stood on the opposite side. Her skin was light blue, as was her hair, though the hair had a greenish tint. In the middle of them stood the only man that could rival the size of Birch, Ingvar, the king of Obsidian. Angelica spoke first. Each time she spoke, cold air would escape her lips. Despite her presence, the room itself wasn't cold, but her words still sent a chill. Her words still sent a chill down Zayla's spine. Angelica, mockingly, you must be the queen of the Hex. Zayla, what do you three want? Dita, your services. Zayla, wait, you want us to work for you? At this point, Luxie emerged from the shadows beside Zayla, and Birch entered the room. Birch and King Ingvar just stared at each other, menacingly. Angelica. We doubt you would join us willingly. Forcing you to join would be an unnecessary hassle, and killing you would be a waste of your talents. Dita's words, not mine. Dita. I don't quite remember mentioning killing them, but more or less. Zayla. Money from the King of Obsidian. Future King of Fenrir. Does sound tempting. Zayla didn't want to make the decision for them. Despite her doing most of the strategizing and talking for the group, she did consider Birch their leader. He eventually answered, but he never took his eyes off the king. Birch, what do you need us to do? Dita. We believe that Onyx is trying to take me out of the equation, but don't worry. You don't have to follow me around as bodyguards. We just need you to distract those coming into Obsidian to get me. They will assume my location is based on the information we'll secretly provide them and lay a trap. That's where you three come in. You're the trap. In the present, Birch stood across from Sade. The way he stared her down was similar to how he was looking at King Ingvar a few days prior. The only difference is Birch respected King Ingvar, as they were of a similar mind. The eyes he was giving Sade just meant he wanted to kill her. Sade, what have you done with Dita? Birch, nothing. She's the one that hired us to deal with you. Sade, but all of those Obsidian Knights. Birch, they thought we needed help. We don't like help. Are you going to ask me 100 questions, or are we going to do this? Sade gripped her katana with two hands and readied herself to fight. Birch, that's more like it. Sade and Birch ran toward each other, and Birch led with a wild punch that missed. Sade's speed was too much for him, and she landed 3 clean slices on Birch, but nothing fatal. To Sade's surprise, Birch didn't even react. Instead, he backhanded her. The impact was so strong it launched Sade backwards, but she rolled, returning to her original stance. Birch, it's going to take a lot more than some fancy sword to cut me down. Meanwhile, Desiree and Luxie were fighting in a nearby abandoned building. Luxie's dagger strikes were quick and fluid. Her fighting style reminded Desiree of Sade, but with less polish. Luxie's movements were surprisingly graceful, and Desiree could tell she wasn't messing around. Every attack she blocked felt like Luxie was aiming for something vital. It took all of Desiree's concentration to counter Luxie's attacks, and even then she found herself with a few cuts and bruises. As Desiree tried to figure Luxie out and Sade battled Birch, Anna stood across from Zayla. Zayla, there's something really peculiar about you. I just can't put my finger on it. Anna chose to stay quiet. This was her first one-on-one fight, and she knew it was going to go a lot different than when she and Desiree got ambushed by the outpost. She expected to fight weapon to weapon. No one had prepared her for someone who could use magic. Zayla didn't wield anything. She just used her hands to cast. If Anna was going to win this fight, she had to get close. Zayla, well then, get on with it. Let's see what you got. Anna recalled the frozen obsidian knights outside, so she thought it best to keep moving. She dashed in, but changed her approach by hopping to the side. This act made Zayla laugh, since she wasn't even intending to use magic yet, and the whole thing looked awkward from her point of view. When Anna got close, she pulled her katana in an upward arc that came out quicker than Zayla anticipated. Zayla formed an ice wall at the last second to block the attack. Zayla teleported behind Anna, but Anna was ready for her, and swung around, catching just the outside of Zayla's clothing as she leapt away. Zayla, oh my, now this might be more exciting than I thought. Zayla pulled her hand up and formed a ball of fire that she then threw in Anna's direction. The aspiring samurai dodged it with ease, but Zayla started launching more at her. Anna managed to dodge them, but the final one exploded next to her, burning part of her arm. As soon as some of the fire magic touched Anna, it absorbed into her skin, and red streaks shot down her arm. Her hair and eye color instantly turned red, and fire began to build up in her free hand. Surprised by what was happening, she pushed her hand out and returned a fireball in Zayla's direction. It came out awkwardly, so the Queen of the Hex dodged it with ease, but she now looked at Anna in shock. Zayla, did you just absorb my magic? Where have you been hiding all this time? Anna noticed a nearby window and used her shoulder to jump through it. She rolled across the ground and got back to her feet, trying to run toward where she heard fighting, hoping to find Desiree or Sade. Zayla didn't teleport this time. Instead, she flew out of the building and began raining fire down on Anna. Anna thought to herself, I have to get to Desiree or Sade. I don't know what's going on. Did I just use Zayla's magic against her? Okay. That was the end of that one. Yeah, so Anna can absorb magic, obviously. Um, and her hair changes color whenever she absorbs magic. If you've seen the shirt of Anna that I have, um, it's her just like swinging her arms around, but like there's all of the magic elements like swirling around her. So it's like temporary. So she met like a in the orphanage she met a magician that could use water magic and she was able to replicate it. And now she saw Zayla use fire magic, so she was able to replicate it. So it's more of like a mimic kind of ability, but it's just magic. Like she can absorb magic and use it. But based on what magic is surrounding her, that's the only magic she can use at the time. So it's got limits. All right, this is Birch, Zayla, and Luxie Part 2. I'd say this is more like the halfway mark because, like I said, I didn't finish 19. So if we assume 18 are completely done, this is like the halfway mark. Zayla had teleported Anna further away from Desiree and Sade than Anna thought. She felt like she was running forever as she dodged Zayla's fire. Using Zayla's fire against her made it hard for Anna to focus. She had learned to conjure water from nothing when a magician visited the orphanage once, but she thought she might just share the same magic as the magician. Now she could make fire? Having magic at her disposal would make her way more valuable to the Onyx army, she thought, and able to defend herself better once she reunited with Jack. The idea of being less of a burden excited her, but it would mean nothing if Zayla killed her right here and now. Anna stopped short. The sudden stop forced Zayla to drop down from the sky. Zayla, are you done running? Anna took a deep breath. She was trying to create fire magic again, but she wasn't sure how she did it in the first place. She closed her eyes and thought about fire. The only thing she could think of was a single flame dancing on top of one of the candles in the orphanage. Zayla, you didn't know you could do it, did you? You're trying to do it again. She laughs. You have to be joking. All that power and you had no idea? Thinking about fire didn't work, so Anna started thinking about the meditation techniques that Sade taught her. This caused a sudden pounding in her chest, and her arms felt like they were going to burn off. She pulled her hands together and threw a fireball in Zayla's direction. The queen of the hex pulled her ice wall up in desperation, but Anna's fireball was so powerful it melted it in an instant. The aftermath caused an explosion of fire and ice magic that launched Zayla back. Anna took this opportunity to run away again. Far off in the direction she was running, Sade continued to battle Birch. The fight was taking a toll on Sade. She wouldn't grow tired anytime soon, but the rare hits Birch was able to land on her had lasting effects. His attacks were wild and unpredictable, so he would catch her with a random elbow or fist. Sade couldn't tell if the attacks were intentional, but they certainly were effective. She held her left side, pretty confident he may have broken one of her ribs. Birch, on the other hand, was covered in his own blood. Sade landed multiple slashes on him, but almost as if it was intentional, he forced Sade to target non-vital parts of his body and stood there the same way he did when the fight first began. The only difference was a big smile on his face. For a mercenary with little to no values, his teeth were shockingly clean, until his own blood ran down his face, changing a tooth or two to match his crimson mask. Any wrestling fans? That's a wrestling reference. Crimson Mask. That's what they used to call it when like wrestlers would blade. Birch, I hate to admit this, but I'm having so much fun. It's been so long since anyone has pushed me this far. I almost thought about picking a fight with King Ingvar just to get this thrill. Had I known there were people like you in Onyx, I would have signed up willingly. Sade moved in quickly despite her injuries. She slid under Birch, through his legs, and slashed his back on her way back to her feet. Birch turned to face her and wrapped one of his large hands around the blade of her katana. Birch pulled his other hand back, about to punch Sade in the face, but Sade slid her katana down and through Birch's grasp. Pulled it back with both hands and drove the blade directly through Birch's shoulder. To Sade's surprise, though it shouldn't have been at this point, Birch had no reaction to the stab. Instead, he grabbed Sade's hands and leaned in. Is that all you got? Birch grabbed Sade by her hips and lifted her off the ground. He then began running with her attached to him by her katana. There were pillars set up within the house to keep it standing, and Birch ran through one of them while holding Sade in front of him. Birch then ran over to the next pillar and launched Sade through it. As he threw her, she pulled her katana out of his shoulder. She rolled across the ground. Birch, there's no way you're dead. Not with all that fighting spirit. Birch waited patiently as Sade rolled onto her stomach. She put one hand flat on the ground and used the other hand holding her katana to slowly push herself up. Birch, there it is. There's that fighting spirit. I love it. Sade finally made it to her feet, barely able to stand. Sade, heavy breathing. Lord Kazai wouldn't give up when he battled Ingvar on the top of Mount Shair. That battle was intense and lasted an entire day. He didn't back down. He didn't surrender. Neither will I. Birch. Nice speech, but words will only get you so far. Your fate was sealed the moment the gods put you on the same path as me. Birch rushed in again, and in Sade's current condition, her speed advantage wasn't going to help as far as moving around Birch was concerned. Instead, she closed her eyes and relied entirely on her instincts. Each attack Birch threw at her, she avoided and slashed him. Almost completely stationary, she began weaving out of his assault and countering. Frustrated, Birch went to grab Sade, and now she used what little energy she had left to make space between them. Birch, keep cutting, I'm not going down. Right as Birch said the words, Desiree and Anna arrived. Sade! Oh, that was Desiree. Sade. Sade. Take Anna and go. Desiree and Anna rushed over to Sade's side and stood across from Birch. Anna, we're not leaving you. Suddenly, Luxie emerged from the one. Suddenly, Luxie emerged once more from the shadows. This time, she jumped on Desiree's back. She drove one dagger into the back of her shoulder and was about to stab the second dagger into Desiree's neck, but Sade pulled her off. Luxie stood quickly and slashed at Sade, but Sade disarmed her with lightning-fast reflexes, then drove her katana into Luxie's stomach. The rogue collapsed to the ground. Birch, you'll pay for that. Birch went to run at the girls, but Anna launched a fireball at Birch that sent him flying into another pillar. Having lost 3 pillars, the top of the building had become unstable and was starting to collapse. Desiree and Anna helped Sade, and the three of them get out. Desiree and Anna helped Sade, and the three of them got out of the building just before it collapsed on top of Birch and Luxie. Desiree, where's the witch? Anna, I got her off me and then she vanished. At first, Sade was just happy they were on their way to safety, but then she stared at Anna. Sade is struggling to talk a bit after what she had been through. You know magic? Anna, it surprised me too. I didn't know I could do this, and I don't know how to control it. Sade, then we will change our training. If we can teach you how to harness this power, we could win the war. Okay, I think we go away from Onyx or from this group for a bit now. Yeah, we're back to Ren for now. We got Ren twice, Dita, Sade Part 2. Seldric Part 1, I don't really remember the Seldric story. Krex, a story I just called The Courier, and then back to Anna, back to Ren, and then 19. I might not even read 19, I'm pretty sure it's not done. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Separating the wires didn't really seem to help that thing. I think it's only when I speak loudly, which is weird because I'm not hearing my own voice back, so I don't know why me like peaking would matter, but okay, this is Ren Part 1. Traveling with a man like Jack can be strange. This is a man who is full of secrets, mysteries you would love to know the answers to. But at the same time, you know those stories must weigh so heavily on his mind that you feel bad to make him relive them. If there was a way to enter his mind and learn about his past, I bet many people on Fenrir would be interested. Jack's days spent traveling and protecting Anna had started to change him for the better, and despite that time being cut short, it made it easier for him to now travel with Ren. Ren would never know the impact Anna had on changing Jack, but Ren was getting a different experience entirely. Not only was he traveling to the place where all this misfortune had begun, but Jack was also trying to train him along the way. Jack was obviously an incredible fighter. From what Ren had seen so far, Jack was strong, extremely efficient, and at times very reckless. If he could learn to do even half of what Jack does, minus the reckless parts, he would be able to live long enough to see his family again. In the few days they spent traveling and training, Ren already felt himself becoming stronger. Jack and Ren finally reached their destination. The town of Vorpal acted as a bridge between the Onyx and Obsidian territories and the south half of Fenrir. In the south were many more towns, the kingdom of Ilfor and the dreaded Deadlands. On top of that, somewhere out there in the south was Ren's family. He had sent his wife, Dana, and their two children out of Vorpal right before the recruitment started. The Vorpal he sent them away from and the Vorpal they entered now were two completely different towns. Vorpal was normally a hub for all walks of life on Fenrir, a popular spot for adventurers, an exciting place to live, and a tourist attraction all rolled into one. If you wanted to experience everything Fenrir had to offer, you would eventually end up in Vorpal, a town blessed by the mermaid goddess Morska, a town that had now lost its famous glow. Ren, weird to see this town so different. Jack, this war isn't taking long in changing the landscape of Fenrir. So, what's the plan? We'll go to the Sea Tides first. Anna and I had a room there. I'll double check to make sure I didn't leave behind anything valuable. And how long do you think we'll be here? We're just supposed to be scouting for Dita, right? Then what? To be honest, I don't know yet. I needed to get us out of that situation and into one with less prying eyes. The two men were walking together when Ren suddenly came to a stop. He looked in the direction of a gate that led to the south. Jack, I thought about that option too. Making a run for it? I mean, it isn't all that crazy, is it? Who would stop us? Everyone is busy with the war. It's their mistake for letting us come here alone. Your family is out there. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to try. There could be Obsidian or an Onyx Night Station to make sure no one defects or leaves. If that's a risk you're willing to take, then I'm not going to stop you. But I can't go with you. I can't run away from this until I know Anna is safe. Jack started to walk toward the Sea Tides. Ren thought about making a run for it for a few more moments before rushing over to catch up with Jack. Ren, and saving Anna means saving me? What do you mean? I can only imagine the king isn't crazy about my performance in his barbaric trial. There's no way they picked me for the scouting mission. I may have made some suggestions to Dita to get you here. Your determination to get back to your family is admirable, that's all. They were willing to let you just be another casualty. I offered to make you an asset. Ren, I knew it! Under that tough guy exterior, you have a lot more heart than most on Fenrir. Jack and Ren reached the entrance to the Sea Tides. Jack stopped and turned to Ren one more time before entering. I just know what it's like to lose everything. Before Ren could respond, Jack entered the Sea Tides. To their surprise, a man was sitting at one of the tables in the middle of the bar portion. He was drinking an ale. In the back corner, an older man sat looking out one of the windows. Jack didn't recognize the man at the middle table, but Ren pieced together who he was by his appearance. The man had long black hair, wore no shirt or shoes, and had red baggy pants. His torso was covered in markings and designs, similar to tattoos, but with a magical-like aura about them that extended to his arms and neck. It was as if his body was covered in runes. His left eye was closed, with 3 slash marks as scars that went from his brow to his cheek. He also wielded a katana, though it was hard to see beyond the table. The only part they could make out was the handle, which was a golden dragon. Ren. I've heard about this man. Stories of him were popular in Triton, especially because we live so close to Mount Shire. They call him Jiru, the dragon. The only man to go to the top of Mount Shire and survive since the legendary battle between King Ingvar and Lord Kazai. Jek. He might have useful information. That depends if we're really here to scout. Jek. Let's at least hear him out. That was Ren who said the middle line, sir. Jek and Ren made their way over to Jiru's table. Jek. Is this seat taken? Jiru looked at the other completely empty tables, irked by them wanting to sit with them. Jiru. No. Jek sat at a seat across from Jiru. Ren looked around and grabbed a nearby chair, adding it to the table so he could sit with them. As soon as he sat down, he put his hands on the table and looked back and forth between Jek and Jiru. Traveling with Jek was tough enough, but now he felt like he was sitting between two Jeks. The silence was extremely awkward. Ren, so, what brings you to Vorpal? Jiru, it seemed like the best place to wait. Jek, what are you waiting for exactly? Jiru, an opportunity to strike. Jek put one hand on his katana just in case. Jek, which one? Ingvar or Kazai? The old man. Onyx Knights! As soon as the old man said the words, Jiru stood up quickly. His katana was drawn in an instant, but Jek was just as fast. They held the points of their weapons at each other's throats. Jiru, is this your doing? Jek, we're with Obsidian, not Onyx. The old man, wait, Obsidian Knights are here too. Both men lowered their katanas. Ren, we were supposed to be the only Obsidian Knights sent here to scout. Why are there more? Jek, they didn't trust us. Dita lied. Give me 1 second. I had to chew my little like honey drop thing. I didn't want to chew it in everybody's ear. All right. Next one is Ren Part 2. It's just a continuation of that story that we were just doing. I think I can get through the rest of these. I don't know if any other ones are very long. This one's 8 pages. I'm going to try to make it through all of them. I feel okay right now. Okay. Jek joined Ren by the window and looked outside. Jiro did the same. Jiru did the same, but on the side with the old man. Onyx Knights lined up on one side of Vorpal, Obsidian on the other. There was an older man leading the Onyx Knights that Jek didn't recognize, and a woman that Jek also didn't recognize leading the Obsidian Knights. Jek, any idea who those two are? Ren, that man leading Onyx's troops is Seldric, a war hero from long before Lord Kazai was ruling Onyx. From what I gathered from living in Triton and passing through to Vorpal before recruitment, he mostly trains their soldiers now. Not sure if he can still keep up with the new blood. Can't say I recognize the woman on our side. Jiru, that's Angelica. Jek, you've seen her before? Jiru, I've seen the aftermath of what she can do. If Obsidian is full of people like that, then Onyx doesn't stand a chance. Jek, you should consider joining Obsidian. You can help take down Kazai without interference. Jiru, joining Obsidian would completely go against everything I'm trying to accomplish. My only goal is to kill Lord Kazai myself. There's no way King Ingvar would let me get close enough to deliver the finishing blow. Ren. He has a point. The moment his intentions become clear to the king, he'd be dead. No way Ingvar would be able to trust him. The old man. And if Angelica were to learn about us too. As the old man said the words, he reached for a dagger hidden on his person, a movement that Ren picked up on. Ren drew his sword to keep the old man from acting out, but this caused Jiru to swing his blade at Ren. Once again, this action was quick, but Jek was ready to match it. Jek parried the swing and forced Jiru back. As Jek approached him, Jiru rushed behind a table and flipped it at Jek, who promptly sliced the table in half. The two wandering warriors began a sword fight the likes of which Ren had never seen before. The old man was just as fascinated. He had been traveling with Jiru for quite some time now, but no one had ever given Jiru competition before. Jiru had dominated every challenge put in front of him, including the challenges he faced climbing Mount Shair. Yet here these two fighters stood as equals, and their katanas clashed once more before they both made space between each other. Jek, not bad. Jiru, the essence of Mount Shair resides in my blade. The same power that gave birth to the rivalry between Lord Kazai and King Ingvar. It is my theory that it is the only blade that can defeat Red Nefed and Cold Knight. How do you possess the power to withstand it? As Jiru asked the question, a commotion began outside. The Onyx and Obsidian Knights had started their fight. I just noticed Raph put choo choo choo, crunch crunch crunch. I probably should just leave the volume on my mic for ASMR purposes, but Jack, I feel like a piece of it is like stuck in my throat now. That's what's making me like clear my throat a lot. Sorry. Jack, I don't care about swords that can block any attack or cut through anything. I could care even less about mystical powers from the top of that cursed mountain. I just need to get Anna back. Jiru. Anna? A woman drafted by Onyx, I would imagine. And this war is of little concern to you as well. Suddenly, a loud roar shook the foundation beneath their feet. The old man. What was that? Ren. I don't believe my eyes. Jek and Jiru joined them by the window once more. This time they saw a dragon fighting on the side of Obsidian and making quick work of the Onyx Knights. Onyx began to retreat north toward Midport. The dragon was large, but its body wasn't a solid mass. It looked more like mist and water, taking on the shape of a dragon. Jek, I thought they called you the dragon. Jiru, they do, but even I can't do that. That's part of that witch's magic, the one I mentioned earlier, Angelica. Ren, I'm happy she's on our side, I think. Jiru, the man with the Jiru. The man with many scars, the man who cares not for anything but Anna, apparently. What do those who know you best call you? Jek, I'm Jek, this is Ren. Jiru. May our paths never cross again, Jek who cares not. Let's go. Jiru gave a slight nod to Jek, then exited the sea tides with the old man close behind him. Ren, you're getting a lot of weird nicknames. Jek, yeah, I guess. When we walk out these doors, the remaining Onyx Knights may try to fight us. Are you ready for that? Ren, that depends. Is everything you taught me on the way here enough to get me through this? Jek, for now, yes. Just stay close to me and don't do anything stupid. Ren, one of us chose to fight and then chose to taunt the God King. That feels like misplaced advice. Jek, come on. The dot 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 is like, just giving him a side eye, like, all right, come on. Jay, what's going on? How you doing? You could get those viewers they like those sounds, yeah. The ASMR people would be all over that. Jack's warnings for preparation didn't matter because the moment they exited the sea tides, they could see that this fight was over. Angelica had returned to her normal form, and the only Onyx Knights present were dead ones. A few Obsidian Knights were gathered around Angelica. One was holding a map of the area, and Angelica was looking it over. Without taking her eyes off the parchment in front of her, Angelica spoke as Jek and Ren approached. Angelica, you must be Jek. Jek. Dita sent us here to scout. I wasn't expecting a large part of our army to swoop in and destroy the place. I'm okay. How are you? I'm doing good, Jay. Thank you for asking. We're reading some stuff that I never released for fantasy distractions. I may not release anytime soon. We're just kind of playing around with it. Just reading it over. This was meant to be like our second season. And it was supposed to take us more into like a consistent storyline with like an audio play format versus like the stuff we normally release is like anthology style format, like one and dones for the most part, with some like Easter eggs and some connections to other stories. This was meant to take us in a totally different direction, and we never ended up committing to it. Um, so we're just reading it for fun. Jack looked up at the carnage. It was true. Angelica in her dragon form didn't only make quick work of the Onyx Knights. Buildings in Vorpal were missing pieces, and the debris from her attack was littered everywhere. Angelica, and when said fighting started, you chose to hide in the tavern? Ren, we were attacked before we could get out to aid you. Angelica, I don't remember asking for your opinion. You're the last person I would expect to hear from when assessing someone's cowardice. Jack, Ren is telling the truth. We were attacked in the tavern by a traveling swordsman who hates Gazai and doesn't respect our king either. Angelica, did you handle it? Is that traveling swordsman no longer an issue? Ren, he got away. Kind of sad that it never happened, though. Yeah, maybe one day. I think one day, like I said, if the channel succeeds, I guess, and I can afford to do it right, I think we'll do it. Angelica, how convenient. You two are dismissed. Get out of my sight. If I feel your presence is necessary for our next plan, then I will summon you. Until then, try to make yourselves useful. Jack and Ren began making their way back to the sea tides. Jack, that went well. Ren, seems I'm getting a reputation of my own. Did King Ingvar run around and tell everyone I'm a coward? Jack, it doesn't matter. What matters is what was on the map Angelica was holding. They're planning to punch right through. Yo, Mansoor, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Jay. Thank you, man. A little voice break for Glorious. Never hurt nobody. Let's go! My sub alert is so obnoxiously long, but I can't change. I tried making it shorter, and it just didn't feel right. Thank you for gifting that sub, Monster. I appreciate it, man. Jack, it doesn't matter. What matters is what was on that map Angelica was holding. They're planning to punch right through into the Onyx territories. That most likely means we're going with them. We should take this opportunity to continue your training. We won't have a lot of time. That was Ren part 2. Where do we go from here? Oh, Dita. This is a good one. I remember writing this one. I remember writing the story. This has to be it because we don't go back to Dita after this. Let's go! Alright. King Ingvar stood near the entrance of the town of Triton, arms folded, restless, and impatient. He waited as Dita spoke with an obsidian knight just a few feet away from him. Far in the south, members of his army were already battling Lord Kazai's Onyx army in his name. The ruler of Obsidian, the anointed god king of Fenrir, stood there with his legendary katana, Cold Night, comfortably in its sheath, without a touch of blood upon it. The blade's dryness is a reminder that it would take more than brute force to win this war, a notion Dita stressed to him frequently. She finished speaking to his knight and made her way over to him. King Ingvar, I hope the report was a satisfactory one. As Dita arrived beside him, the two responsible for Obsidian's success thus far in the war began making their way deeper into Triton. Dita, Vorpal was easily taken by Angelica, though I would have preferred a slower approach. If we let Jek scout and report Onyx Knights moving into the territory, then we would have easily taken Vorpal with limited property damage. Instead, Angelica destroyed half the town. This is to immediately imply that she did not lie to them. Like, Jek was like, Dita lied to us. King Ingvar. Everyone supports my rule in their own way. How we've built this army and the options available to us are going to lead to some undesirable circumstances. That doesn't mean they aren't effective ones. Taking Vorpal slowly would have saved us time in rebuilding, but once I am the king of all of Fenrir, we could find the time to build it back up again. Dita. And there is that other issue we spoke about on the way here. King Ingvar. You're still concerned about Grex? You should have let me kill him the first time he failed me. Dita. Supplies for this war are limited, and the number of knights available on both sides is even more so. We need all the help we can get, and like it or not, Grex is an above average knight. King Ingvar. I still don't see it. Dita. Either way, the report raises more concern. Grex rushed to join a battle in the south. Apparently some of Kazai's chosen warriors tried to do something unexpected and rushed into the battle. Razmig the orc was there, but Grex somehow managed to push him back and force him to retreat. King Ingvar. Grex bested Razmig? Maybe I was wrong. There might be hope for him yet. Dita. Or you were right, and Razmig's retreat was intentional to lure our forces into an unbeneficial location or an ambush. I don't think Grex would be smart enough to know the difference. King Ingvar. A slight boost in morale, if it is on purpose, is nothing to be afraid of. Any Onyx Knights Grex kills is a bonus, and in return, if Razmig drives that spear through Grex's forehead, it won't be a big loss. I won't lose any sleep over it, will you? King Ingvar didn't ask the question in a way that Dita felt she should answer him. They finally reached their destination, a tavern located almost directly in the middle of Triton named Dia's Rose. The name comes from the fact that Triton once had magnificent gardens. Many believe this was a blessing from the elf god Jakari. In many instances, Triton was considered Vorpal's opposite. Vorpal was the cutoff point in the south, while Triton was in a similar position in the north. Vorpal was mostly water and a bustling mainstay for adventurers and travelers alike. Triton was a peaceful town, full of things that made it feel alive, and a great place to settle down and live out the rest of your days on Fenrir. As war rages throughout all of Fenrir, the aforementioned gardens have withered, and Triton has lost a lot of what made it a popular place to live in the first place. Jakari's absence didn't drain this town of its life, but not many things can survive a war spanning most of the world, and the rare things that do may never be the same. I probably shouldn't have named the tavern something so similar to Dita's name. I'll probably change that if we ever do release this. It's literally one letter off from Dita's name. Okay, King Ingvar approached the door of Dia's Rose. Though originally a public place, the door was shut and locked. Ingvar and Dita were aware of this, so King Ingvar formed a fist with one of his large hands and knocked on the door. An obsidian knight opened it. He nodded and saluted the king, then moved aside for them to enter. Inside, Ingvar and Dita saw many obsidian knights drinking, talking, and enjoying their victory. They were sent to Triton early to secure the location for obsidian. King Ingvar approached the bar. Dita sat at one of the stools in front of it. The barkeep was dressed in their knight's clothing as well, as most citizens of Triton were drafted or sent somewhere safe during the war. The knight behind the bar prepared a drink for Dita, handed it to her, and smiled. Dita smiled back and gave him a nod. He then did the same for King Ingvar, but the moment the king raised his cup toward his lips, Dita stopped him. Dita got up quickly, and everyone in the bar stopped moving. King Ingvar, confused. What is it? Dita. This man behind the bar isn't one of ours. I recruited almost everyone into your army. I don't remember him. The barkeep. I'm new. I was recruited a night ago. Dita. By whom? The response didn't come from the barkeep, nor from anyone's voice. Instead, King Ingvar rose from his chair, grabbed the man by the top of his head, and slammed his face into the bar. The few obsidian knights wearing helmets had now removed them. King Ingvar. Any of these ours? Dita. Not that I could tell. King Ingvar. Good. The king smiled, and Dita thought it best to stay behind him. One by one, these false obsidian knights rushed the god king. The first he threw aside like they weighed the same as a feather. The next he grabbed by the throat and launched them over the bar. Each knight that pressed him faced a more vicious and more intense version of him, as if their desire to be the one to bring down the mighty Ingvar only fueled his bloodlust further. As they began to rush him in droves, King Ingvar only got faster. A mixture of punches, grapples, and throws created a symphony of table crashes and bones breaking. Dita made her way behind the bar, found a bottle that was still sealed, and poured herself a drink as the mayhem played out in front of her. This wasn't the first time she had to keep busy while the king handled business that wasn't going in their favor, and it most likely would not be the last. King Ingvar used his hands for most of the encounter until one of these onyx knights dressed in obsidian garb attempted to rush Dita. Aware of what was happening, the king pulled Cold Knight from its sheath and stabbed it into the wall behind the bar, putting it between Dita and her would-be assailant. Cold Knight can cut through anything, and the wall of a tavern was no exception. In his fury, King Ingvar pulled his katana toward the knight, slicing through the upper half of the knight's body and leaving the wall behind Dita in shambles. Bottles and the now limp Onyx Knight hit the ground as Dita carefully moved herself away from the carnage. The few remaining Onyx Knights took some steps back now that the God King was wielding his legendary blade. King Ingvar. I know what it's like to come from nothing, to be considered the lowest, most pathetic type of Fenin. Weak, desperate, willing to make any sacrifice necessary to see another day. As Ingvar spoke to his enemies, Dita made her way out from behind the bar and walked along the outside of the room. King Ingvar loves to monologue, so this is normal King Ingvar behavior. King Ingvar. However, even then I would not have stooped so low as to disguise myself as something I am not, nor would I use such recreant tactics as poisoning my rival. You could have chosen to fight for the winning side. You could have truly been a part of Obsidian, not pretending to be one while your leader hides. You stand there now before a god, trembling. The moment Kazai envisioned this plan, he should have dug your graves. One of the Onyx Knights decided to make a run for it, but when he turned around, Dita had slipped past them all to the door and barricaded it. One of the knights rushed her, but Ingvar moved quickly through, slicing the remaining Onyx Knights with Cold Knight until it was only the king, Dita, and the knight going after her. As Dita once again moved out of harm's way, the final knight turned to face the God King. King Ingvar wasted no time and planted the bottom of his boot on the knight's chest, launching him through the barricaded doors. The force was enough to break the doors and mangle the knight. The knight rolled over, desperately trying to crawl away from the tavern. King Ingvar walked out of Dita's rows slowly. When Cold Knight came down, it didn't go anywhere near the knight. Instead, Ingvar stabbed it into the ground next to him. He squatted down, watching this poor knight try to crawl away. King Ingvar, go on. Crawl back to your lord. Let him be reminded of the destruction I am capable of. Be sure to deliver this message. When he's done hiding, I am ready to cut through his dreams. Ingvar just doing Ingvar things. He's Ingvaring? I could kind of feel my voice is starting to go, but I'll see how far we can go. That was number 12. We need to get to 18. Let's see. This one's only 7 pages. The longest one seems to be this one, the final one. I don't really remember what happens past this part. Excuse me. I know what's coming up like here, up to the courier. I guess I know what mostly happens. The Anna and Ren ones, I'm not 100% sure. The Anna one, I think I have an idea. The red one I don't really remember. Plus, it's longer than the other one, so it's weird that I wouldn't remember that. I'm sure once we get to it, it'll come back to me. All right. Now we're going back to Sade. This is Sade Part 2. The great castle in Undin, where Lord Kazai's rule began, was like a second home to Sade. She had spent almost as much time in it as Kazai. During the brief time that Kazai had been Onyx's lord, Sade had never experienced the castle this quiet before, an odd occurrence considering the war was in full swing. You would think the circumstances would have the opposite effect. Sade, Desiree, and Anna took a beating from the mercs, but Lord Kazai received word of their return and the troubles they experienced, so he sent Onyx's best healers to meet them at the gates. Thanks to those healers, Sade strode through the castle as if nothing had happened to her, though her muscles ached and burned in a way she hadn't experienced since she was training to be an Onyx Knight. When she arrived at Lord Kazai's chambers, they were much different than she remembered. The entire room had been modified and changed into a war room. A large table, reminiscent of the one Seldric set up in their tent, took up the majority of the room, and upon it was a large map of Fenrir. Sade was eager to see Lord Kazai, but she hesitated at the door. Kazai had guests, a group of cloaked individuals Sade had never seen before, but the symbol on their robes was familiar to her, a symbol of Baruva. When the gods and goddesses roamed the land, their most loyal subjects would often gather in Baruva. On very rare occasions, the gods and goddesses would grace them with their presence. Once the deities of Fenrir vanished, it was said that the prophets of Baruva left as well, but apparently those rumors were false. Lord Kazai, excuse me, Lord Kazai, thank you for your contribution to Onyx. Baruvan prophet, consider this a peace offering. If that barbarian rules Fenrir, it will tarnish the legacy of our gods and goddesses. May this help you win the war. The prophet that was speaking gave a small bow to Lord Kazai. Sade noticed a small dark blue box sitting on the war table in the center of the room. The prophets made their way past her as they exited. As Kazai's eyes followed them leaving, they locked with Sade's. She made her way over to him. Lord Kazai, I see the healers tended to your wounds. How are you feeling? Sade, I feel fine, just sore. Like you or Seldric just made me run 20 laps. Lord Kazai, and the other two? Sade, Anna, and Desiree. 2 knights I was training that showed a lot of promise. They held their own, and are resting. Lord Kazai, good. Normally I would suggest you to do the same, but I'm afraid there is no time. A little soreness isn't going to keep me out of this fight. Lord Kazai, if only I had an entire army as resilient and adaptable as you. My lord, before we continue, I would like to give a proper report of our mission and apologize for its failure. That won't be necessary. I didn't want to give King Ingvar or the tailor credit, but I also needed to be prepared if things with our spy didn't play out the way we intended. You had another plan to intercept her if she wasn't where we went? I did. Sadly, my anticipation for Ingvar's eagerness to get into the fight missed its mark. I had hoped Razmig and Seldric's attacks would lure Ingvar toward the border, but instead he stayed by the tailor's side. Our knights ambushed them, assuming the tailor didn't throw a single punch. It had to be at least 30 of our knights against Ingvar in a tight space. He killed them all, didn't he? All but one. One to tell us what Ingvar did to them. When our scouts arrived, they said the tavern we ambushed him in was covered in blood and bodies. No sign of the tailor or Ingvar, though. We're not sure where they went. We're still looking. I know you said they should rest, but let me take Desiree and Anna. We'll scout for them. No. I already gave you the most dangerous mission, and I almost lost you because of it. If I'm not going to send you to fight Ingvar. We need to fight him on our terms. On our own terms. You've never given me special treatment before. Why start now? I should be on the most dangerous missions. For you and for the future of Fenrir. I will carry out any task that gets you one step closer to ruling this world. I know you would, and for that reason I need to be more careful where I send you. Those 2 girls, do you trust in their abilities? Desiree reminds me of when I first started training. She is showing a lot of promise. And Anna? I thought I had Anna figured out, but then something strange happened when we fought the mercenaries. I can't believe it slipped my mind. I should have told you this first. She's the only reason we got out of that situation. She's the tiny one, right? Does she possess some unknown strength? She can use magic, but I don't think she knows how to control it. I'm not sure we could teach her how to harness that power in enough time to have it sway this war for us, but it was an immense power. Sadly, we don't have many people in Onyx that know how to use magic either. You and Seldrick may be able to help her hone her powers through your basic training methods, but if we want to speed up the process, we may need something more. Do you think Razmig knows anything about magic? He's much older and wiser than all of us put together. It's worth asking. Lord Kazai rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Sade looked down at the map to see if she could figure out anything else Lord Kazai was planning, but before she could fully study it, a light knock at the open door interrupted them. Standing in the doorway was a tall man with long brown hair and glasses. He was holding a large book under his arm. Lord Kazai waved him in. Ven. Sorry for the intrusion. Lord Kazai. It's all right. Sade, this is Ven. Sade. We met. He's the one who healed my wounds. Ven. Indeed. How is your side feeling now, Lady Sade? Sade. Much better, thank you. Lord Kazai. Ven and his companion Cora are from Elmore to the south. They were sent here by their teacher prior to the war beginning, but due to the war starting while they were en route, our meeting was delayed. Did you heal the others? Ven. Yes. Desiree and Anna are all patched up and resting in one of the castle's guest rooms. Desiree's shoulder was tough to heal, but she should be ready whenever you need her. The other one? Now she is quite fascinating. Lord Kazai, did you notice something strange about Anna? Ven. I've healed many people while in Elmore, and I've never seen someone take to my healing quite as quickly as her. Sade noticed Lord Kazai look at her briefly as if trying to communicate with her telepathically. She assumed he thought Ven could help Anna learn how to control her magic. She was right. Lord Kazai, I know you just arrived and we barely had time to speak, but I need you to accompany Sade, Desiree, and Anna to Midport. One of my chosen, Razmig, and his knights were driven back from a battle. They are most likely in need of assistance and healing. You may bring Cora along if you like. Ven, whatever you need, my lord, our services are yours. Lord Kazai. Sade, make preparations and head to Midport as soon as Desiree and Anna have gotten enough rest. Then, get Cora ready and meet Sade as soon as you can. Many people believe we are already losing this war, but I believe that soon we will have Obsidian right where we want them. Sade, I have no doubt that you will lead us to victory, my lord. Sade is essentially like Lord Kazai's Dina, where everybody wants Dina and Ingvar to be Dingvar. Everybody likes Sade and Kazai together, so it's a thing. Okay. I think we can do this. As long as my voice just doesn't completely give out, I think we got this. Seldrick played the brief battle at Vorpal over and over again in his head as he moved as quickly as he could, despite his injuries, through the fields of obsidian. In the mayhem and confusion of it all, he unfortunately ended up on the wrong side of Midport. Had he been able to retreat the way he came, he would be on the side of Onyx, and it would be easier to get reinforcements or support. Now his only choice was to get to Midport itself, not an easy task with obsidian knights hunting him down. He looked behind him, searching for his pursuers. Seldrick was surprised not to see any when he did. Instead, he saw the remains of Vorpal in the distance. Onyx was well prepared, or so they thought, leading up to the war. They had scouted Obsidian's best warriors, and many people who traveled to Onyx were able to fill in any gaps in the information they had. There were plenty of people living in Obsidian before the war who were seeking refuge in Onyx territories, eager to see King Ingvar fail. This included information about Angelica, this woman that basically recruited herself into Ingvar's cause. A path of death and destruction leading the king of Obsidian to his doorstep. Uh, to her doorstep. Okay, I was like, this sentence makes no sense. Okay, we're good. A path of death and destruction leading the king of Obsidian to her doorstep. Seldric, Lord Kazai, and the others in Onyx putting together their war effort ruled her a mystery, a wild card. The only information they had to go by was that she was dangerous, but nothing could have prepared Seldric for what he just witnessed in Vorpal. Angelica's skin was fluid, like the constantly moving waters in the fen seas. It resembled it, too. Seldric thought to himself both in color and the way it moved. Oh, sorry. It resembled it, too, Seldric thought to himself, both in color and the way it moved. Despite how fast everything happened, Seldric remembers her body taking on the form of mist before the transformation. There were only two other entities in Fenrir's history books capable of doing this. One was Morska, the mermaid goddess, and the other was Tasfia, the daughter of Morska and Jakari. Had Morska returned in the form of a vengeful dragon? No. Morska was the most loving, forgiving, and understanding of the gods and goddesses, not to mention the most peaceful. If she truly returned in some capacity, she would be helping put an end to the war, not fueling it. Seldric found himself in a much larger field than he was originally running through. There was nowhere to hide, and Seldric was tired of running. He walked patiently, waiting for the Obsidian Knights to catch up to him. When they did, they began to surround him. Obsidian Knight, laughing. This guy was a war hero? One Obsidian Knight pushed Seldric from behind, forcing him down to one knee. As Seldric tried to stand back up, another hit him in the side with a shield, forcing him off balance and back to the ground. Obsidian Knight number 2. The God King should be pleased to know we dealt with one of Kazai's chosen. Seldric looked down at the dirt, thinking about his recent past in the Onyx army. He wasn't the knight he used to be, but Lord Kazai still knew he was important to Onyx, that there were things Seldric could teach the future generations that no one else could teach them. He steadied his resolve. If Obsidian's tricks that brought forth a giant dragon to destroy Vorpal wasn't enough to kill him, then how could a bunch of lowly barbarians? Obsidian Knight number 1. Getting back up for some more, old man? Obsidian Knight number 2. If this is the one who trains the Knights of Onyx, this war should be easy. Seldric, are you done talking? Obsidian Knight number 2. He actually speaks. Here I was thinking he was already dead. Seldric, you have a lot to learn. Obsidian Knight number 1. From you? Unlikely. The knights began to attack, but Seldric was ready to show them why he was one of Lord Kazai's chosen, and they were just grunts in King Ingvar's army. Each counterattack from Seldric was accompanied by a critique. If he was no longer meant to be the main hero of the war, he was going to make use of everything he had learned since the last time he fought in one. Seldric, your attack was predictable. You expose your flank. A strong swing, but the aftermath leaves you vulnerable. No matter how many Obsidian Knights attacked him, he had a counter for them. The veteran made it look easy, and with each parry, block, and evade, the Obsidian Knights became more and more frustrated. Obsidian Knight number 1. Someone just kill him already. As the Obsidian Knights got annoyed, Seldric couldn't help but grin. However, he also took into consideration their shift in seriousness when dealing with him. His experience taught him not to play with his food. The first knight to attack was the one being the most vocal. Seldric swatted away his attack, forcing him off balance, as Seldric's katana slipped in and out of the knight's back in an instant. The knight's body struck the ground just as quickly. Before the next knight could even raise his weapon, Seldric cut open his stomach, and another knight was struck down before this one's entrails hit the ground. It didn't take long for Seldric to defeat the rest of the Obsidian Knights sent to finish him off. The last knight lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Some blood gurgled in his throat as Seldric stood over him. Seldric, that monster Angelica will be disappointed to know that you were not enough. In an act of mercy, Seldric put the knight out of his misery. Fearing Angelica might have sent more than one group after him, Seldric didn't take time to catch his breath. Instead, he continued moving toward Midport. As he reached a cliff looking over the outpost where he assisted Razmig, Sade, Desiree, and Anna, he noticed that the outpost was once again filled with Obsidian Knights. With Obsidian's Knights. Ref said, I'm amazed you've been reading this long, even with the breaks. It's not easy. Yeah, we've been doing these streams pretty much since the new year started. I think I'm getting used to them. But yeah. It's why I need to like cut these streams short sometimes though. It is a lot. Like we just streamed the style on Tuesday and I streamed for it was about 3 hours. We're at about 3 hours now, so it is a lot of reading. But like I said, I think I'm getting used to it. Okay. In an act of mercy, Seldrick put the knight out of his misery. Fearing Angelica might have sent more than one group after him, Seldrick didn't take some time to catch his breath. Instead, he continued moving toward Midport. I read all this already. Okay. Only one of them looked familiar. Grex. Seldrick had heard many stories of Grex, none of them good. Supposedly he showed promised once. Many considered him the next god king after Ingvar's reign of terror. However, certain actions made him fall out of favor with the king, a situation that only drove Grex further into desperation to prove himself, and also drove him mad. My voice goes at conventions or gets deeper, but that's a lot of yelling, talking in interviews. Yeah. Um, that's definitely a big factor at conventions. Like when I used to work like booths and stuff there, um, there's so much going on that you have to like speak over everybody, especially when you're working a booth and you're trying to sell like I was helping my friend sell t-shirts and my own books, as you know, Rev. But you have to talk over all the commotion. And like sometimes people are like asking you how much something costs from like far away. You have to like yell out to them. So yeah, I can definitely see that. Like conventions and stuff like will drain your voice real quick. I remember that. I miss going to conventions. I definitely gotta do it again someday. However, certain actions made him fall out of favor with the king, a situation that only drove Grex further into desperation to prove himself, and also drove him mad. Zeldrick made his way down the cliff and closer to the outpost. He wasn't sure if Razmig had slipped past this outpost or if he was forced to retreat. Zeldrick figured he was this far deep into enemy territory. He might as well try to get information. What he heard was a conflicted Grex. It was hard to tell through the wall he was listening through if Grex was talking to a knight or himself. Grex, think about last time, stupid. This is the type of thing that got you in trouble the first time. We beat him. We actually beat that orc and drove him out. But now he's in a territory everyone considers neutral. How could I finish the job if he's somewhere that's neutral? If I let him go, some people might think I'm weak. I'm not weak. If I try to fight him in Midport, people are going to get upset again. Seldrick, Razmig retreated to Midport. I have to regroup with him. Grex, did you hear that? Who's over there? Grex rushed to the other side of the wall where Seldrick was hiding, but Seldrick was gone. Seldrick left Grex a message written on the outpost in his own blood. It was a warning that simply read, "Don't do it." The next part is actually Grex. T-shirts is bad enough, but the spiel over and over and over is tough. Yeah. Well, that's what you go there to do, right? Like interview people and talk to people and get to like know their whole deal, like you did with me. Yeah, that's gotta be tough on the voice for sure. It is nonstop talking for you. This one's 7 pages. I've been drinking a lot of water. I actually need another bottle of water soon. I am going to use the bathroom real quick and get another bottle of water, and then I'm gonna try to finish this. We're on 15 out of 18. I'm not gonna read 19. I'm pretty sure 19's not done. So we're close. Just gotta do a couple more. But I'll be right back real quick. Okay, my sister was up there eating, so I was just talking to her real quick. All right, let's see. Hitting conventions to spread the word on your channel might get you more subscribers. That is not a bad idea. Um, I'm kind of just waiting for Coinbox Tees, which is um the company that I was going to conventions with when you found me and I was selling my books with them because the guy who runs it would just let me sell my books on the side while I was helping him sell the shirts. I'm kind of just waiting for him to want to start doing them again. He invited me to do some like a little too close to after COVID, so I ended up not going to those. But I think if he asked me now, I would probably go, unless I go back to work soon, and then I won't be able to. Thank you, Monsword. Yeah, it's not a bad idea though. Spread the word on the channel. It's not so much the subscribe. Like I think if I really like put my head down and went straight for subscribers, I think I could get the subscribers. My biggest issue is the watch hours. But I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. But yeah. Well, me and him worked together forever. Like we when I used to work in an anime store in Flushing, um, for like 4 years. And when I started working there, he was working there for about 2 to 3 of the years that I was there. So me and him became close through that. And then we kept in touch after he left, before I left, obviously. And then when I left to go work at Target, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. When I left to go work at Target, we stayed friends. And then we just tried to work together on different things. And I did the conventions with him. He helped me sell my books. He makes a lot of the art for our channel. I showed off one of them today. This is a little teaser. This isn't the full image, but this is a little teaser of our most recent piece of art they did for me, Coinbox Tees. Now we're gonna use this for the Sabia saga when I put that up, which I'm hoping it'll be March 1st. I'm trying to make it March 1st. So we still work together on a lot of stuff, and we still talk to each other. So it's a good partnership and a better friendship. That's how I look at it. All right. We got 3 more of these things, and then I'm probably going to end stream before I completely lose my voice. All right. Grex read the warning left by Seldrick once more. Don't do it, it read in Seldrick's blood. Grex shook his head and turned away from the message. He closed his hands into fists and closed his eyes. When he opened them, Dita was suddenly standing there. Dita apparition. So she's not actually standing there. You should heed that message, Grex. Most Fenins already believe we're the villains of this story. A direct assault on Midport would clarify their suspicions. It would paint us in a bad light. Grex, whose idea was it to put a neutral territory in the middle of 2 warring nations? If you ask me, they deserve what's coming to them. Dita apparition. It's a bad idea and you know it. Midport is one of the only places on Fenrir helping people cope with this war. Grex. But the enemy is getting away, Dita. If we have to kill some innocents to speed up the process of winning this war, I don't see the harm in it. Dita apparition. Need I remind you, the blood of the people of Reddick is on your hands? It should be like still on your hands, I guess. Grex, you will never understand, Dita. I had to do what I did. There was no other option. Dita apparition. Do you think your king would find that to be an acceptable excuse? Grex. Ingvar needs someone that will make the tough decisions. Yeah, I've made some bad ones in the past, but I'm the man for the job when these options are put on the table. Dita apparition. She's laughing. Is that really what you believe? That's what will always separate you from King Ingvar. Ingvar may be ruthless, but even he has a limit. Killing innocents, children, that isn't considered doing what's necessary. You may think it shows your strength to make the tough calls, but it's the opposite. A person that preys on those who can't defend themselves is weak in the eyes of many, especially the God King. As Dita finished speaking the words, her body became hazy and began to vanish in front of Grex. This just angered him, causing him to slap himself in the head repeatedly. When he was done throwing his tantrum, a new apparition appeared before his eyes. King Ingvar apparition. Enough. I don't know what happened to you. You showed so much promise. Many even believed that you would one day many even believed that one day Obsidian would be yours. Now look at you. You're pathetic. Ingvar calls a lot of people pathetic. Grex, making you proud was all I ever wanted. King Ingvar apparition. You slaughtered defenseless people in an orphanage and somehow still managed to get the men I sent with you, on a basic scouting mission, by the way, all killed. If only the person responsible for killing our men finished the job. At least he would have saved me the headache of dealing with you. Rex, Dita understands my worth. King Ingvar apparition. Dita understands the value of strength and numbers, and the fact that despite your failures, you're still an above average knight. If she didn't stay my blade, you would be in the ground already. The vision of King Ingvar fades, leaving Grex alone once again. Grex, maybe I do belong in the ground. If the only reason I'm alive is because Dita thinks I'm useful for the war, then the moment this war is over, what's to stop her from letting Ingvar kill me? I tried to stay loyal to King Ingvar after my mistakes, but if I'm a dead man walking, then I might as well take the world with me. Grex moved with renewed purpose into the outpost. Obsidian knights were gathered, resting, eating, drinking, and training. Grex, everybody up. We have new orders. Everyone thought that orc was one of the biggest threats on Onyx, and we made him look like a fool. On top of that, he appears to be a coward, running scared instead of staying to fight until the end. Are those the type of warriors Onyx has to offer? We can't let such enemies slip away. We're marching to Onyx. Obsidian Knight, past Midport? Grex, through Midport. Grex turned and began leaving the outpost before he could see the looks of concern on the faces of the Obsidian Knights. The Knights grabbed their things and tried to catch up to Grex as he walked out. Meanwhile, Seldrick reached Midport. His injuries slowed him down, but he was able to stay ahead of Obsidian enough to make it there. Upon arrival, the Fenins who worked at Midport and weren't associated with Obsidian or Onyx greeted Seldrick and helped patch up his wounds. Despite Midport being a neutral territory and supposedly one of the safest spots to be in, even though it was directly in the center of both Obsidian and Onyx, they had scouts stationed all across Midport to warn of hostile forces or anything suspicious. One of those scouts hurried over to where Seldrick was being tended to. This is the courier that's coming up in the next one, I think. Are you Seldrick of the Onyx army? Seldrick, I am. What is troubling you? The courier. The Obsidian army is moving as a group toward Midport. It doesn't look like they're just passing through either. They're already killing some of our scouts. Seldrick. Is what I heard before arriving here true? Is Razmik in Midport? The courier. Razmik arrived about a day before you did. He was heading north toward Triton last I knew. Seldrick. Good. I will slow down the Obsidian army here. You must deliver a warning to Razmik as well. Tell him I need his help. We could push back the Obsidian army if he gets here in time. The courier. Leave it to me. The scout ran off to deliver the message to Razmik. Though not 100%, Seldrick knew he had to hold the Obsidian Knights and Grex at bay here in Midport. At bay here if Midport was going to stand a chance. Seldrick thanked those that took care of his wounds. Seldrick, I won't forget the hospitality you showed me. It would appear I get the chance to pay you back immediately. Stay inside, barricade the doors, and give me time to drive away the Obsidian army. Seldrick made his way outside. Midport had numerous towers to scout potential dangers. Seldrick made his way up to the closest one. Seldrick, how bad is it? Midport scout. The Obsidian Knights killed most of our scouts on the outside. Now they're just standing there. Seldrick, a lot more of them than I anticipated. It didn't seem like there were this many in the outpost when I passed it. Midport scout. What do you suppose they're doing? Why did they stop marching? Seldrick. It looks like they're building something. I can't see from this distance. Can you? The scout revealed a spyglass and took a closer look. Midport scout. Morska, save us. I think they're building catapults. Okay. Three more. Three more. Three more. We got this. We got this. We got this. This one's 10 pages. 8 pages. 4 pages. We can do this. We can do this. I got another bottle of water. We got this. Easy. Okay. Running through Midport was more common than you would think. Some Fennins did it to stay in shape, while others hustled to make deadlines. What's up, Spartan? Our poor friends, we out here just not playing? What do you mean? Running through Midport was more common than you would think. Some Venons did it to stay in shape, while others hustled to make deadlines. There's something very freeing about running the stretch of the land, though. The sights, the sounds, there was a weird industrial-like beauty about the place that was hard to comprehend if you weren't living in Midport and experiencing it on a daily basis. However, for this courier, it was a matter of life and death. On the outskirts of Midport, Grex pushed in to disrupt the peace. The courier was given a simple task from Seldric, a knight of the Onyx army. Report Grex's assault to Razmig the Orc. Razmig had made his way into Midport just a day or two prior, but it was rumored that he had already made his way north of Midport, near Triton. If the courier was going to get Razmig this message in time, he needed to be fast. He asked at like 3 and no one answered. Y'all getting together Saturday? Yeah, I meant to send a message to Gambino, telling him that I was streaming at 7:30, but I forgot. We are getting together Saturday for Magic, yeah. Okay. The fighting herd behind him featured Seldric himself in a desperate attempt to slow Grex down. It was a safe assumption to think that a few Onyx Knights taking some time off or getting supplies in Midport ran to Seldric's aid. The war cries and clashing of swords in the distance gave the courier motivation to move faster. If Seldric were to fall, then all of Midport would be lost before Razmig even knew what was happening. Delivering this message wasn't the only thing on the courier's mind, though. As he rushed through Midport, he warned the others. Food vendors, blacksmiths, tailors, weavers, and the like. He made it a point to shout warnings at them as he ran by. Needless to say, this caused mass hysteria all throughout Midport. Those in the south were the most unfortunate ones, those who received no warning at all, and were forced to barricade themselves inside their shops if they could. The further north you traveled, Fennins were panicking. Some didn't want to give up their belongings, so they too barricaded themselves within their shops. A few Fennins ran out of Midport completely, either running toward Obsidian or Onyx, depending on what side of Midport they were on. Others ran north alongside the courier, hoping to get further away from the fighting. If the courier could get to Razmig in time, most of these escape strategies would have been effective. Unfortunately, Grex's assault had factors no one was prepared for. King Ingvar had no intention of using contraptions in this war, but Dita suggested it might be a good idea to have the materials handy to make them just in case. A final raid on one of Lord Kazai's castle could benefit from catapults. There was never any discussion to use catapults on a neutral ground such as Midport. The materials needed to put them together were near the border simply to make it easier if the time came when they did need to attack one of Lord Kazai's castles. But Grex saw an opportunity to do the most damage possible, and he ordered his men to build. This is far from surprising, since most people knew that Grex was unhinged. Keeping him in the army was a mistake, one of the biggest mistakes Dita would ever make. She thought he might be able to change, and when it comes to war, he was a more than capable soldier, and loyal to Ingvar to a fault. He could have been a big asset to the Obsidian army, but instead he was on his way to contributing to the biggest blemish on Obsidian's war campaign. The very first hit of a catapult came far behind the courier, most likely directed at Seldric and the Onyx army resisting Grex's assault. The second hit, however, landed just in front of him. It demolished a small place of business that the courier couldn't even see what they were selling before it was crushed. The size of the boulder that landed on Midport seemed unrealistic. It was known the Knights of Obsidian were brutes and larger than the average Fenin, but how many of them would it take to load a catapult with a boulder this size? These thoughts were replaced quickly with how to navigate around the mess the boulder made. A new, horrific discovery awaited the courier on the other side of the boulder's damage. Word was spreading quickly through Bidport. As more and more Fenins realized what was happening, so too did the Obsidian Knights realize that the attack happening was orchestrated by one of their own, and they began to help all throughout Midport. This caught the courier by surprise, a variable he did not prepare for. The first Obsidian Knight he saw lunged at him, catching him in the shoulder with a sword. The courier was already breathing heavily, desperate to get to Razmig, and the unexpected attack left him struggling to recover. Luckily for him, an Onyx Knight was nearby as well, and intercepted his assailant. The courier gathered his strength and pushed on despite his injury. Just as he thought he was in the clear, a third boulder landed just behind him, and the impact launched him into the air. In that moment, it felt as if Fenrir stood still. He could see the chaos more clearly than when he was running. He could hear the screams of women and the few unlucky children growing up in Midport before their sounds were replaced with a ringing in his ears from the impact of the boulder. Before hitting the ground, he could also see his destination in the distance. As the courier smacked into the ground, he slid a bit on his already wounded shoulder. Had an Obsidian Knight discovered him there, he could have easily been killed. But the hand that grabbed his arm to lift him back to his feet belonged to Seldric. The two catapult hits must have really slowed down the courier if Seldric was able to catch up with him. Seldric, go on then. You have a job to do, don't you? Seldric's poise made the courier think he was imagining this, but as Seldric turned to fight off more Obsidian Knights, it brought reality back into focus. The rest of the run wasn't without its dangers, but the courier managed to avoid the remaining catapult strikes and any Obsidian Knights he saw. Finally, he reached his goal. He saw Razmig in the distance gathering supplies. Word had not reached this far up Midport yet, and the catapult damage in the distance could be confused for smoke from one of the shops. Rushing to deliver the message, hurt and desperately clinging to consciousness, the courier stumbled and collapsed right at Razmig's feet. The courier took 2 deep breaths as the massive orc stood over him. Razmig, are you all right? What happened? The courier, still breathing heavy. Obsidian has invaded Midport with the intent to spill blood. Okay, this is on a part 3. We're almost there. We're almost there. 2 more. 18 more pages about. We got this. I've only been reading for like 3 hours and 46 minutes. No big deal. Okay. Since they were finally traveling within the Onyx territories only, the group chosen to travel with Sade were able to travel by carriage. Anna, Desiree, and Sade were in one, while Ven and his companion, Cora, were in the other. It was a brief trip from Unden to Midport, but Anna tried to take in her surroundings. She never thought she would be in this position, getting to travel around Fenrir and be a part of something bigger. To be honest, it was a lot for her to take in. She went from being an orphan, trying to take care of the children younger than her, to traveling with Jack looking for a place to stay. She thought about what it would be like if she was able to live out more of her life in Vorpal. She enjoyed what she was starting to build there with Jack. Desiree gave them opportunities and taught Anna a lot about life outside the orphanage. She wanted to continue to explore that life, and was saddened by the thought of missing out on it. However, her life now was also very interesting, and nothing she could have possibly predicted. It was frightening, but also thrilling. She had learned to fight now, not nearly as well as Jack, but enough to defend herself. She was a part of something larger than her by being in the Onyx army, and she was traveling with people she now considered close friends. Desiree was still by her side, so it was like a piece of what she was starting to build with Jack remained. Sade was now a mentor to her, and someone she could see herself being friends with after the war was over. Then there was the magic factor. Anna wasn't ignorant to the fact that members of Onyx were talking about her potential power. She even heard a few say that it alone could sway the war in Onyx's favor. This worried her. But before she could think about it further, Desiree leaned forward on her side of the carriage. Desiree, what's on your mind? Anna, I was just thinking about where I was a few months ago compared to where I am right now at this moment. Desiree, a far cry from living in an apartment in Vorpal with Jack, huh? Sade, Jack, the mercenary? Anna, wait, you know him? Sade, I've heard of him, never met him before. I thought he was missing somewhere in the Deadlands. Desiree, he was, but he got out. He does not like to talk about it. Jack was convinced no one remembered him or knew about his past. How do you know about him? Sade, I've spent a lot of time in Unden's libraries. There are a lot of books that are basically just random accounts of Fenrir's history. I remember finding a book about mercenaries and being quite fascinated by it. There was a brief chapter about Jack and his family in there. Anna, his family too? Jack never talks about them. Did it say what they were like? Sade, can't say I remember their names, but they were both mercenaries too. They traveled with and trained Jack from the moment he was born. Before vanishing into the Deadlands, many believed he was the greatest mercenary ever on Fenrir. Unfortunately, his time was cut short, so he ended up forgotten to history. Desiree, except for that book, apparently. If you ever get the chance to meet him, you might not want to bring any of that up. Sade. She's laughing. Noted. You three got separated when Lord Kazai and Ingvar were recruiting in Vorpal. Anna, the last time I saw Jack, I believe Ingvar was trying to recruit him. Sade. Then Jack might be the enemy. Desiree. Doubtful. We're still not sure who gave him the mission, but his first new mercenary task when he got out of the Deadlands was to protect Anna by any means necessary. I may not have known him for long, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jack is doing everything in his power to get back to Anna. Sade, that is interesting. I would like to meet Jack someday, especially if we could sway him over to Onyx to help us defeat Obsidian. The carriage came to a stop a bit sooner than expected. Sade got out first to see what was happening. She quickly returned. Sade, come on, let's go. Desiree and Anna got out to follow Sade. Ven and Cora joined them. Sade was walking fast, and the others tried to match her pace. Ven, what's happening? Sade, Midport is under attack. Anna, isn't Midport off limits? Sade, it's supposed to be. From where they were walking, they could see smoke rising in the distance. At first, it was hard for them to tell, but as they got closer, they could see entire walls collapsed all throughout Midport. This discovery forced Sade to go even faster. Sade, come on, try to keep up. Upon their arrival into Midport, the group saw a bunch of Obsidian Knights on the ground. Sade and Cora made it inside the Midport walls first, with Desiree and Anna close behind. Ven made his way in last, struggling to keep up with the trained fighters. Desiree, only Obsidian Knights? Sade, looks like it. Desiree, at least they're dead. As if on cue, the moment Ven went to inspect one of the bodies, it jumped up with an axe heading straight for the healer's throat. Cora stepped in front of Ven, disarming the would-be assailant in an instant before dropping him with a single punch. The group stepped away in unison, weapons at the ready, as the Obsidian Knights laying on the ground all got up to their feet. The Obsidian Knights formed a wall and began forcing the group back, but out from the Midport stores behind them came more Obsidian Knights launching their own ambush. Sade and Cora turned around the quickest, so they began dealing with the attackers from behind them, while Desiree and Anna stepped forward to deal with the knights in front. Ven positioned himself in the middle of them all, and with his healing magic created tiny barriers to block incoming attacks. Cora, having trained in Elmore, was a master martial artist. The Onyx army lucked out by getting her, and despite not knowing what she was capable of before, Sade found herself very impressed by her skill. The knights part of the ambush from the shops were dealt with quickly, and once Cora and Sade joined Desiree and Anna, the rest of the Obsidian Knights went down. Sade, Ven and Cora, stay here and help anyone from Midport that you can find. Try to get as much information as you can. The rest of us are going to find Razmig. The courier, struggling from his wounds. It was Grex. The group turned to face the man who spoke. A scout of Midport leaned against a market stall. Ven rushed over and began healing him. Sade knelt down in front of him. Sade, what did you say? The courier, it was Grex of Obsidian. He attacked Midport with knights and catapults. Sade, of course. It all makes sense now. There's no way Ingvar would be this stupid to attack Midport. Anna backed away at the mention of Grex's name, but Desiree grabbed her hand to steady her. Desiree, he's the one that attacked your orphanage, right? Anna simply nodded. Desiree, don't worry, we'll stop him. Did you see Razmig here? The courier. I told him what happened and he went after Grex. You have to help him. Sade walked away from the group and looked down the linear path of Midport. Sade, this is a mess. Lord Kazai would want us to clean it up. Anna, do you think Razmig will be okay? Sade, against Grex he should have no problem. It just depends on who else from Obsidian is on the way here. Let's go meet up with him. Okay, last one. We're not gonna do 19. Or 20, because I didn't write 20, and I'm pretty sure 19 isn't done. So this will be the last one, and then I'm gonna give my voice a break, okay? I promise. Alright. This one just happens to be 10 pages long. Hopefully my voice makes it. In the same bar that Jack and Jiru had their brief fight, Obsidian Knights gathered, awaiting orders from Angelica on what to do next. Outside the windows of the bar, you could see the broken buildings left in the wake of Angelica's dragon form. Ren and Jack sat at a table together in the middle of the bar. Ren was enjoying a meal while Jack sat with his eyes closed and his arms folded. Ren looked around and absorbed this rare moment. It was hard to tell this was an army in the middle of a major war. People were actually smiling and bonding. The normally scary and threatening brutes of Obsidian just seemed like normal Fenins, the kind that Ren grew up with in Triton. Since there were no Fenins working in Vorpal since the recruitment process, the Obsidian Knights were serving themselves. Some took charge behind the bar and were making drinks for the others. Some were taking on the responsibility of delivering the drinks to tables. Near the windows, perhaps taking inspiration from the destruction outside, a bard sat working on a song. In one corner, Ren noticed a few knights playing a game using cups and rocks, but he had never seen the game played before, so he wasn't sure what it was. Another corner had some knights hovering over a map of Fenrir, actually discussing strategy and what they think will happen next in the war. But some other knights interrupted them with drinks and coerced them into putting off war talk for now. Vorpal was known as being a melting pot on Fenrir, where all walks of life gathered, and in this brief respite from war, it was as if the town turned back time to just a few weeks ago, when this was still the case. As Ren reached the end of his meal, two knights Ren hadn't seen before approached their table. One of the knights was a tall woman with long brown hair and a braid that went well past her waist. She had a sword in a sheath on her hip, and a large shield strapped to her back. The other knight was an average-height man with a young face and a physique that was no doubt a result of intense training for this war. This is good segue into the stuff I'm about to write for the new channel idea. Alicia, are these seats taken? Ren, not at all. Alicia, thanks. Ren watched as Alicia didn't take her eyes off of Jack. She pulled out her chair and placed her shield beside it before sitting down. The knight with her also took a seat. Alicia, I'm Alicia. This is Lucan. Ren, I'm Ren. This is Jack. Nice meeting you. Lucan, is your friend always like this? Ren, laughing. He's a man of few words. Not much of a socialite, this one. Alicia, did you two enter the army together? Ren, both recruited from Vorpal, then paired together. By fate, I suppose. I was passing through Vorpal on my way to my family and got unlucky. Not fully sure on Jack's whole story, to be honest. He doesn't like to talk about, well, anything. Lucan, I mean, with scars like those, I bet he has a lot of stories to tell. Ren, that's what I said. Jack finally opened his eyes before standing up and walking away from their table. He strangely made his way over to where the bard was writing and sitting down. Alicia, he must really not have liked the way our conversation was going. Ren, he'll get over it. So how did you two enter Obsidian? Alicia, King Ingvar took over the town we were from, a town called Aular. Then we tracked him for months and I tried to assassinate him. Ren, wow, you and Jack might have more in common than it seemed. Lucan, has he also tried to fight the king? Ren, let's just say they haven't got off on the right foot. How did you go from would-be assassin to a loyal knight? Alicia, loyal is a bit of a stretch, but a lot of it has to do with Dita. She truly is the glue that holds this army together. She brought to the surface a lot of thoughts and feelings I had about King Ingvar, but was too afraid to acknowledge. Some of the reasons I thought he would be bad for the future of Fenrir might be why he is the perfect fit to lead in the long run. Ren, more fit than Kaza, you think? Alicia, Alar was a town full of barbarians. Our people grew up on the idea that fending for ourselves was the best way, the tried and true way. To rely on these gods and goddesses of old was to cripple yourself and your ambitions, and your own ambitions. It gave Fennins excuses. The Obsidian Knights brandished King Ingvar a god, and he might proudly wear the moniker, but he doesn't believe in relying on anyone but ourselves. If he becomes the one true leader of Fenrir, it would be the best thing to happen to the planet in a long time. Ren, it sounds like you've really thought long and hard about it. To go from wanting to kill him to understanding why he should be leading is quite the turnaround. Alicia and Lucan got up. Ren was done with his meal and curious what Jack was up to, so he did the same. Alicia, I know it was brief, but thank you for letting us sit with you and relax a bit. If I could offer some advice, the next time you're around Dita, you should try to speak with her. She will give you a lot of confidence when it comes to the future of Fenrir. Ren, thanks. I'll try to see if I can get close enough to have a conversation next time she's around. From what I hear, she's rather popular among the Obsidian Knights. Alicia, she certainly is, and for good reason. See you around, Ren. Ren nodded as Alicia and Lucan walked out of the bar. He made his way over to the table with the bard and Jack. Jack was once again sitting with his eyes closed and arms folded. If there was an interaction between him and the bard, it was brief. The bard was still working on their music when Ren sat next to Jack. Oh, there's music in here. I am not going to sing. So I will just read it. This is Mal the Bard. If you're quick on your feet and quite witty, then the tailor might show you some pity. The knights are gathered here for a while. It's up to me to rile them up with some songs about winning. Ren, leaning over and trying not to disrupt the thought process. Sorry about him. Mal, it's not a problem. Wasn't expecting an audience to help with the process, but I can't say I mind it. Ren, you have a great voice. Where did you learn to sing like that? Mal, I grew up here in Vorpal. You meet a lot of different people here and hear an awful lot of stories. I just always loved singing about the people I've met and the experience they've had. Then I just expanded on that further. Began singing about the happenings of Fenrir as a whole. Ren, that's incredible. My name is Ren, by the way. I grew up in Triton, which is a bit more secluded than Vorpal. This is bothering me, hold on. Ren, that's incredible. My name's Ren, by the way. I grew up in Triton, which is a bit more secluded than Vorpal, but we have a lot of people who love to sing there. Can't promise they're the best singers around, though. Mal, my name is Mal, but I'm working on a stage name. Ren, Mal's pretty cool on its own, I think. Mal, laughing. Thanks. Hey, if you're from Triton, you might like this next verse. So say your prayers to that saint up in Triton, because soon we all will be fightin'. For a cause all our own will break bone after bone, and that God king you know he'll be grinning. It's the grinning is meant to rhyme with the winning, I guess. I don't remember writing any of this, but Ren. Oh wow, a song that mentions Saint Indra. You really do hear a lot about the rest of the world by living in Vorpal, huh? My first daughter's name is Indra. Now, you named her after a saint? Sounds like big shoes to fill. Ren, it's actually pretty taboo to name a kid after her in Triton, but my wife is a firm believer in fate, and we owe her life to Indra. Mal, that sounds like an interesting tale on its own. Before Ren could share the story, Alicia returned to the bar. This time she spoke loud enough for everyone to hear her. Alicia, orders from Angelica. Everyone get ready. We're moving out to Midport. Ren, Midport? I thought we were going east into Onyx. Jack, something must have happened. Everyone in the bar began to rushing to get ready to leave. Mal, rain check on that story, friend? Ren, absolutely. Jack and Ren made their way out of the bar first and caught up with Alicia and Lucan. Jack, what's really going on? Alicia, oh, look at that. He speaks. Midport is under attack. Greg's disobeying orders again. Jack, so we're going to clean up his mess? Alicia, more like escorting Angelica and watching to see what she does. Here's hoping she doesn't agree with Rex. Jack, you don't trust our commander either? I've been worried about some of her decision making myself. Alicia, you've seen the way the king handles himself. He's a monster, but he does everything with purpose. Angelica is chaotic. She's a literal monster and unpredictable. Ren thinks we might have a lot in common. Can I trust you to have my back if I need to make some tough decisions? Jack, I'm open to a respectful alliance, but I'll need a favor in return. That's it. That's all I got. 19 was just like about Mariah. Because it sets up something that happens in 20 that I didn't write. So that's all we got. My voice is done. I'm ready to tap out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for hanging out and watching. I'll probably just wrap up the stream here because I don't know if I even would be able to keep going if I wanted to. It's weird that we're ending at 11:30, which is my normal start time. Yo, Raph, thank you for the claps. Appreciate you. Anybody else still working on Twitch or YouTube? I appreciate you guys hanging out. Normally I would raid somebody, but I don't really know how that works when I multi-stream to YouTube, and I don't want to mess anything up on the YouTube side of things because I like that the streams go up as videos on YouTube. I'm just gonna end stream, but yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed what may eventually come out on the channel someday, but what could have been for our second season. Would have been cool if we were able to pull it off, but it was just too hard to get all the recordings done, all the writing done and everything put together in a way that would have worked out. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I will be back. I should be streaming tomorrow night. We'll probably just play more Grand Blue Fantasy. I won't be streaming on YouTube. I'll only be streaming on Twitch tomorrow night. As far as writing streams go, we'll be back Tuesday night. Around this time is when I would be starting on Tuesday. Thursday streams are like the earlier streams. We might start reading A Soldier's Crest on stream. I think that's what we're going to do on Tuesday now that we got through all of this. So look forward to that. I'm going to try to set up the sister channel I was talking about with like the gameplay in the background while I narrate stories over it. That I'm probably just going to start uploading stuff to once I'm ready to do so. So keep an eye out for that. I'll talk about it on stream and put it in the Discord and stuff when it's ready. I have the rest of February scheduled on Fantasy Distractions. I'm trying to set up the Sabia Saga for March 1st. So look forward to that. And I think that's it. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will catch you guys tomorrow night on Twitch, Tuesday night on YouTube and Twitch. And that's it. Thank you guys for watching. I get to sit here awkwardly.